vehicle theft. A person of interest is now in custody in connection with a shooting in North County that left one man dead and another injured. Police say the two were gunned down last night in the 9200 block of World's Fair Drive in Norwood. And a meteor shower from Halley's Comet will peak this week.
It's called the Orionid Meteor Shower, and it gives stargazers the chance to see up to 20 meters per hour as the Earth travels through the tail of Halley's Comet. The peak happens tonight with October's new moon. If you would like to see it, meteor watchers say you should find a spot away from city lights and head outside after midnight. Lie flat on your back and look southeast toward the constellation of Orion. Allow yourself at least 30 minutes for your eyes to adjust to the darkness. NASA says the sweet spot is between midnight and 2 a.m., weather permitting. If you miss it this year, Halley's Comet will be back in the year 2061, but another meteor shower, the Southern Taurids, will arrive and peak in early November. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter No Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. It's day 2 of negotiations for Boeing and striking machinists with a federal mediator. This is the longest that talks have gone on since the strike began in August. Pay has been the main issue in this labor dispute. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk and Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 218 points at 46,924, NASDAQ down 18 at 22,971, and the S&P 500 up 1 at 6,735. Now let's go to Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic.
Steve, the Blues are home tonight against the L.A. Kings. The Kings have won just once so far in 6 tries this year. And Mizzou football's Zion Young was named the SEC Co-Defensive Lineman of the Week. Young registered 5 tackles and 2 sacks in the Tigers' 23-17 double overtime win at Auburn. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. We are accident-free with no big slowdowns. And taking a look at some drive times, it's an 11-minute ride from 270 and Olive down to 44, 7 minutes to go from 64 and Vandeventer to 170, and 10 minutes from 55 and Arsenal down to 255-270. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Check out the Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account, a checklist checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. Online at neighborscu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
We're looking for sunny skies for the rest of the day. Clear tonight, an overnight low in the mid-40s. Sunny tomorrow with a high of 66. At 3:07, sunshine, 65 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
Well, here we are again. Happy Tuesday, everybody. October is just slipping away. I think we're only 10 days from Halloween. I don't know where time is going, but it's going fast. Heidi Glaus here with Bob Ramsey, Josh Gilbert, and we've got a lot to get to, as we usually do. First up at 3:30, we'll talk to Jordana Miller and get an update on what Vice President Vance is doing there in Israel. Who is he talking to? What is he seeing and doing? That's coming up at 3:30. Then at about 10 minutes till 4, we're going to talk to the president of Royal Banks of Missouri, not to talk anything financial, but about what he is doing in his spare time, because real men wear pink. It is October, and that is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And here at the Big 550, we have long supported the women who are fighting that awful disease and honoring those who have lost that fight. But we'll talk to Mitch Baden about what he is doing and what brought him into the fold.
Bob, do you own anything pink?
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah. I have a, God, I can't remember where it's from. I have a long sleeve T-shirt, and I have a button-down Oxford dress shirt.
So I have a nice, beautiful button-down Oxford pink dress shirt as well, but I don't
Why
wear...
is it nice and beautiful? I think mine is.
I don't
more beautiful.
I haven't seen yours, so I can't speak on it. But mine is great.
I'm sure yours is great.
I just don't wear it anymore.
Because?
It doesn't fit me.
Well, that's
That'll go into a different commercial.
Beautiful.
Yes.
I can't throw it away either.
Well,
it's so beautiful.
don't throw it away. Look at me. I got all those clothes out of that box.
Yeah, you're right.
Thanks to Premier U. So
Hang on
anyway,
to it.
that's coming up in the 3 o'clock. Then in the 4 o'clock, we're going to chat with the editor of St. Louis Business Journal about a couple of things. That bridge that was planned to go up between the Armory and the Foundry, kind of a pedestrian. It's a bridge for bikes. It's part of, I think, the Greenway. It's still a go. So we'll get the latest with that.
So we don't think it's a bridge to nowhere yet. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about building permits in St. Louis and how the process is actually holding up building new homes. And I can say from our perspective, living in the city, it was probably my biggest headache that we've had living there is we wanted to put in a pool. And it was, we had to show up in person probably 4 times and present our case. And we had to take our neighbor with us at the time because it was a kind of easement issue. We finally got it done, but it really made you think, do you want us to stay here? Do you want people to stay in the city and better their homes? Or would you just want to make it so challenging that you move?
That's so interesting that you bring that up because I talked to Erik earlier and he said he thinks he's got to research this, but he thinks it's the only municipality or county that still makes you do everything face to face. You can't submit anything digitally. You can't mail anything in. You got to go down and talk to somebody.
Well, I know it's a long process, and I don't know if this is apples to apples, but I know it's really hard for businesses to get their liquor license. I mean, they can have the whole building ready to go, and they're holding up everything because they're not pushing through a couple of these licenses. And when you got, business owners wanting to open and start bringing in money, not just pouring it out, that's kind of a big deal. And I think some of those things need to be sped up. So we'll talk to Erik about that. We'll also talk about Wash U meeting with the White House representatives and what they're trying to get done there, and did they accomplish anything. So that's all coming up at about 4:20. We'll also check in with Ben Siegel with ABC News about where we stand with the government shutdown now in week 3, which is kind of shocking. I saw another story about how food banks are kind of being pushed to the limit because not only now do you have the people who typically turn to them, you've got SNAP being kind of pushed and not offering those incentives for the month of November. So you have even more people. And then you have some of the people working for the TSA and other places that are now trying to turn to food banks to get a little bit of relief. So anyway, we'll talk to Ben about the shutdown. Then in the 5 o'clock, I don't know about you guys, and maybe this is just my age, I don't know a lot about the UN. I know it was created to kind of broker peace after World War II, but I couldn't tell you, who runs it or what they are doing now. So we're going to talk to the author of a book, Peacemaker, U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. We'll find out about this man's grandfather who actually ran the UN for a while. Bob, you knew immediately who he was.
Yeah, if you lived in the '60s, you knew who U Thant was.
Yeah,
and it was a big deal. And I presume that we're going to find out that he was an even bigger deal than my childhood memory has him.
And then we'll see, where is the UN now? Is it still doing the same sorts of thing, or has the power weakened a little bit? So that's coming up. We've got some entertainment news, and then we'll wrap this show up with some randoms. Josh, you were kind of going on a pity party in the office.
Not Josh.
Pity party.
Well, I mean,
I don't remember this.
you don't? It's because you have them often.
Well,
You're almost-
maybe your definition of pity party is
Okay,
is
well,
my definition of casual conversation.
Oh,
you know what? That is definitely true. But you seem to be a little envious of your son.
Oh, yes. Okay, so tonight after work, my wife is picking Finn up from school, and she's got a hair appointment. She has to take him with her because, I don't get off of this thing until 6.
This thing.
And I said, you know what? I'll come and get him. I could be out in Chesterfield by 6:30.
Right. Probably even less than that. I'd say 6:15.
I'll put the pedal to the metal, see if I can get there pretty quickly. And I remember my mom used to drag me to hair appointments, and I'd sit in the waiting room, have to read Highlights magazine.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
terrible.
Or the Goofus and Gallant. They'd have a TV, but it would always be on the news, which is not something a 6 or 4-year-old wants to watch. But then I started thinking, Finn's going to be sitting there eating Chick-fil-A nuggets, watching YouTube on the iPhone. He's going to be loving this.
He's happy.
I'm going to get there and say, let's go. And he's going to say, I don't want, no, I'm good.
But here's the thing I think that Heidi were reacting to. He's going to be happy, yet you don't sound joyful.
Exactly.
Well, kids these days have it so great.
They do.
Do
Again,
they?
not joyful. I'm hearing a tone.
Every kid's got a TV in their room. My nephews have 2 Xboxes apiece.
And why the tone?
Right. Why are you so upset about it?
I guess it's jealousy.
Yeah. Which is basically what I said. I don't know. I would not trade with any of the kids today and have to deal with social media and everything else. They can have their iPads. They can have all of those other things. I wouldn't trade.
I had such a happy childhood.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I loved being a kid.
And being able to be out until dark and throwing, the football around and playing touch football.
Just whatever. Getting into mischief.
Yeah,
whatever.
And just knowing, like, when the street lights started to flicker on, you better get home. I'm not trading it. So you can be as envious of your son as you want, but...
Well, everybody looks back at their own childhood with the rose-tinted glasses.
Not everybody.
No, they don't.
In fact, I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying I'm very fortunate.
Yeah.
Or the era that they lived through. Oh, we'd run up to the soda shop and we'd pay for, a malt with a nickel or, whatever.
Where did you get these stories?
Oh, these are old-time stories that everybody tells. We'd ride our bikes to the handy pantry, right? And we'd get sodas and,
I never did that.
They used to have Coca-Cola in the bottle at the Fox Lake pantry, It was great. But, now they got all these high-powered Xboxes. And would I have wanted a flat-screen TV in my room as a kid? Probably.
But there was channels 2, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, but you can watch it so big.
Well,
and what would
I'm
you
with
be
you on that.
watching?
You'd be watching
Remember
Max Roby and this.
And it was
Channel 4
going off
News.
at midnight anyway with static.
With the big Native American head.
And then the color bars if you had a color TV.
With the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah.
This ends our regular broadcast day.
Mm-hmm.
See you in the morning, folks. Remember everyone's kitchen had that 13-inch TV?
No.
We did not.
You didn't?
No, we did not.
Ours was black and white, and for a while it had the giant, rabbit ears. And then we upgraded and got a little color one. But it was still
Little.
13 inches.
No, I can one up that. At the very end of probably high school, maybe I was a junior and my sister was a freshman. We had a portable TV that was about an 8x8.
Oh.
And that was in a corner with the bunny ears. And it was only really for Channel 12, which was KFVS down in Cape Girardeau.
And what was that? Was that the NBC affiliate?
No, CBS affiliate.
Okay.
So maybe you could catch the news there or whatever was on at that hour. But it wasn't a 13-inch. It was like a 6x6 or an 8x8. You couldn't see it from 6 feet back. I can tell you that. It was more like listening to it.
We had a TV shoot sparks over the weekend, and it's in the kitchen. It's on a big, arm that you can move it around. I normally use it to watch football on Saturdays and Sundays. And so I took one from a spare bedroom and I hung it up there, and my wife goes, "Oh, that's too little." Ooh. And I'm like, number one, you just gave me permission to go get a big 55-inch television.
That's good.
It's a 32-inch flat screen, Judging by the old one we had there was 15 years old. The mold around it was thicker than, it's probably the exact same size as the TV that was there, but that's too small. That brought up the idea that I remembered the 13-inch TV we had, and now we're saying a 32-inch flat screen TV in our kitchen is too small.
Yeah. As other people say, I've never had a TV in my kitchen. Somebody said my granddaughter's house doesn't have a TV or video game in it anywhere. She's 6 years old. And then somebody else said a malt was 15 cents at Crown's in the early 40s. So
15 cents.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. We had, for those who know, North County adjacent where I grew up, at Warson and Lackland, there was a little L-shaped strip mall, barber shop, beauty shop, laundromat, and a little soda fountain. We called it. It was named The Dairy, and that's where we'd get our baseball cards.
Oh,
but
fine.
you'd go get a malt or whatever in there. It was fantastic.
We had the Florissant Dairy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was on Patterson.
And so we were at Lackland and Warson, and that's where we'd go. And if they didn't have the newest cards in, because they'd come in shipments, I think once a month, we'd ride down Lackland to the Rexall.
Oh, yeah, the Rexall. Everybody had a Rexall.
Yeah.
Even New Madrid had a Rexall.
New Madrid had a Rexall.
So
there you go.
That's interesting. Before you go get that TV, here's my take on this day and age and trying to stay with the times. So I mentioned yesterday I took the case off my phone. I mean, to be honest, it broke. And so I was like, well, let me just see how long I can go without it having a case. And now I'm too nervous. I barely want to carry it around because I don't want to drop the thing. So I swung by Best Buy on my way in today.
Did they have the 6-pound stainless steel case that I told you about?
They do not, and they barely have the 14 Pro, and that is my point. Now that we have the 15 and the 16 and the 17.
Oh, we're an afterthought.
You've got maybe two choices of like a cover for it. You don't have all of the beautiful choices of flowers or colors. You've got clear and black, and that's it. And it's even hard to find out, that little zag, glass cover. It's like, do they even make this for my 14 anymore? And as there are probably 10, 15 people walking around in their blue shirts, there's only one Geek Squad person up there with a line probably 8 deep. And I've never put one of those clear cases, the little on the glass myself, because
it's a screen protector.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to make it
all wrinkled.
All wrinkled.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm going to try it because I wasn't waiting in the line.
No, I would never try that.
Yeah,
I feel like I'd put it on, just off center,
just a little bit off, and it would drive you crazy.
Yeah,
I don't have OCD. I have lazy OCD. It's going to bother me. I'm not going to do anything about it, but it'll just bother me every time I look at it. And then I tried to put a decal on the back window of my car.
Oh gosh.
And it just kept bubbling up.
I know.
It just bothers me so. So I don't even bother with it.
You just gave up.
Yeah, I gave up.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But do you stick with the time? Somebody's saying I've also never owned a TV over 28 inches.
Really?
Do you keep up with the times, with the new iPhones coming out? Do you go and get the next version, or do you just wait until your phone is dead and then replace it?
You won't be surprised to know I just wait till it dies, or
slows
down, becomes ineffective.
Yeah, that's
Or
kind of
there's
where I am.
And or there's a great deal going, a sale.
Not really trying to stay up on that.
Somebody said those covers are actually easy if you follow the directions.
Oh, come on. We got to
Easy-
read directions. Forget
Easy
it.
for you to say.
Forget it.
I'll report back in tomorrow.
I would be curious to know. You loved your childhood in the 60s, 70s,
Yeah.
80s, 90s. What would you take from now? One thing you take from, well, it was great, but I'd love to have,
We already talked about it. Big screen TVs.
big screen TVs.
And I would watch Max Roby or Walter Cronkite or whatever was on. The Time Tunnel, Combat, Batman, The Monkeys,
All the-
75 inches.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
I don't think you need the monkeys on 75 inches, but
I would be there. I'd be locked in, baby.
yeah. Who's the guy from CBS, the newsman? who
Walter
used to-
Cronkite?
Yeah, who used to smoke on the air.
They all did.
Get him on 75 inches. But everybody out in U Thant seems to have these mini motorcycles. It would be pretty cool to go
Like
back to the
a
80s.
mini motorcycle?
Yeah, they're like mini motorcycles.
They're not like a
not a
Vespa.
scooter.
Not a scooter.
Are they
look
wearing
like,
helmets?
They're wearing helmets, but they look like little dirt bikes,
But they're tiny.
but they're tiny.
Huh.
And they just zip up and down the streets.
We had a couple of those.
Did you?
I didn't have one, but
You saw.
there were a couple of, we had 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers, and there were, we had all of those, but that's all you're going to do. I'll tell you what and it kind of goes back to TV. I would love to grow up in an age, especially being an athlete, and being able to watch a professional women's game on TV and seeing, this is actually possible. I feel like little girls are a little luckier in that sense. I mean, you could watch
They are.
maybe a college game, but you knew that's where it was going to end. There was not going to be a WNBA or a professional softball team or any of that. Now you kind of can dream a little bit more
That's
and watch that.
fantastic. I agree with you.
So that's kind of fun. So you want a mini bike, you want a big TV, and I still am,
Pro team.
living my dream.
That counts.
Yeah. All right, you guys know what's coming up. Hopefully you'll hang out with us here for a couple more hours on the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call the Lance Story Law Firm today and let us get between you and the IRS. We'll protect your rights, including your right to appeal or even your right to take the IRS to tax court. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney team who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Story Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm, 314-260-6120.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Have you seen all the 5-star reviews Michael's Baths has gotten on Google? How about their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau? Everyone, including the nanny, raves about Michael's friendly office staff and their experienced installation team. With over 30 years of experience, all they do is bathrooms. They're not trying to be the biggest. They just want to be the best. Right now, get a free shower door or $500 off your bathroom remodel. Call Michael's Baths, 636-775-0800 or michaelsbaths.com.
I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties. I want to buy your home. Any property, any condition, and always as is. I will pay top dollar with no contingencies and no inspections. You walk away with cash. So don't waste time and money making repairs and paying real estate commissions. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. Or go to robangproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
Want to get away in your own hometown? How about Innsbruck? Just 45 minutes from St. Louis, 7,500 acres, 100-plus lakes, 18-hole championship golf course, nature trails, event spaces, and so much more. Wedding venues, wedding weekends, corporate retreats. They've got A-frames and tree houses and custom homes. Find out more at Innsbruck-resort.com.
I'm Bob Hardcastle. Listen to my Money Talk radio program every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 a.m. on the Big 550, where we discuss your money in an easy-to-understand manner. We have interesting guests, chat about money. We try to help you feel more comfortable with your money by talking about the investment market. Join me. I'm Bob Hardcastle.
Money Talk, Sunday morning at 8 on the Big 550 KTRS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
3:31 on this Tuesday afternoon. Captain Paul, how's traffic?
Heidi, the roads are looking good right now. Construction, though, is causing congestion on eastbound 64 from a mile east of Illinois 158 in Shiloh to Route 4. And the signals are on red flash at westbound 70 and Air Flight. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. Dents Express, STL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
This is the kind of weather I love. I mean, sweatshirt weather. You don't even really need a jacket, and it's a perfect time to visit St. Louis Union Station. And now there is even more to do. Of course, you've got the aquarium inside and all of the fun things there. And if you haven't been yet, you need to check it out. But outside in the wheel park, of course, you have the big wheel. And it doesn't matter what the conditions are outside. Those wheels are climate controlled, and it is such a fantastic view of St. Louis. You can see, down to the arch and all the way to Clayton on a clear day. It is so cool, and it's really fun to get there as the sun starts to set, and then you see all the lights pop on around the city. But now you have 3 new rides that you can ride. You've got the Flying Louie, which is a pirate ship themed ride that swings kind of in an arch. You've got the Locomotion, which kind of sticks with the Union Station's rich railroad history, and it's a train-themed roller coaster. And then you've got the Wave Swinger, just your old classic swing ride that is decorated in themes from the famous Louisiana Purchase Exposition. So you've got all that, and then you've got the Midway Games, you've got miniature golf, and you've got all kinds of places to grab a bite to eat. So you can plan your trip to Union Station now. Just go to stlouisunionstation.com. You can even buy your tickets there before you get there. So again, to learn more about everything happening at Union Station, stlouisunionstation.com.
And now, KTRS weather.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. Another dry and chilly night, then sunny and cool afternoon on the way. We'll start off with 43 degrees for the low Wednesday morning. May see in some rural areas, outlying areas and valleys, a little bit of frost. Otherwise, sunshine and a high of 65. That's near normal, but it'll be cool, a little bit breezy, not as windy, though, as our Tuesday. And then Thursday's where we have light winds. That actually may aid in some more frost forming in the morning with a low of 42. Even in the suburbs, we could see that. Then a high of 64 with sunshine sunshine in the afternoon and light winds. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
Vice President J.D. Vance has made a visit to Israel and is urging patience about Hamas. Jordana Miller, ABC News correspondent, is in Jerusalem and joins us with the latest. What do you know at this hour?
Well, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, gave some remarks to the press from this new U.S. CENTCOM headquarters or base in southern Israel. And from there, he actually gave a very kind of optimistic, upbeat take on what's happening. I mean, we're only a week in, really, a little more than a week into this process. But as you said, he did urge everyone, Hamas, Israel, the media, to really have patience, because he said this is going to be a very complicated, long-term effort, right, to really set up a new kind of day, right, a new era in Gaza, right, from a new governing body to a new security force to figuring out how to disarm Hamas, which is a huge challenge, right? He said, everyone needs to have patience. The return of the bodies, right? Hamas, which seems to be trickling in. 2 more bodies have just crossed over from Gaza to Israeli territory. They'll be ID'd overnight. Nonetheless, they're coming in at a trickle, right? But the vice president said everyone needs to have patience. Finding, every last body of the hostages is going to take some time. And he seemed to fully endorse and support, and really, I would say, he was optimistic that the very ambitious program that President Trump has put on the table for Gaza can be actually implemented.
Yeah, and he was there to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other officials. What is the plan there? They meet, then he comes home when? Do you know anything else?
So he's meeting tomorrow on Wednesday with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with the Israeli president. He's also going to meet with some of the freed hostages here in Jerusalem. And then on Thursday, we understand in the morning, he's going to go visit the Western Wall here in Jerusalem's Old City and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which will be a very meaningful visit to him as a devout Christian. So he's going to do a little bit of that, and he's supposed to depart and fly back to the U.S. Sometime on Thursday afternoon. So he's here for, it's not a short visit, right? In the end, it'll be almost 3 days.
Jordana, I saw a story, but you see so many things, you don't know what's true or not. Are we getting reports out of Gaza that Hamas is continuing to physically intimidate and injure, in some occasions, Palestinians? I think I saw the story of using crowbars on the legs of those who weren't going to go along with Hamas. Can you verify any of that?
Well, we do know over the last week or so that Hamas has been beating, and there's been at least one public execution, and exchanges of fire between Hamas and some of the armed clans that oppose Hamas. In some cases, those clans worked with the Israelis during the war. So there is a kind of war, right, going on between Hamas and its opponents. And by the way, Hamas is also, beating and detaining anybody it suspects worked with, worked with the Israelis. They're trying to, they're basically trying to reassert their reign of terror, really, on the streets of of Gaza. Despite President Trump saying this wasn't part of the deal, killing Palestinians was not part of the deal. And by the way, the vice president mentioned that as well. It doesn't look like Hamas is really backing off from this. They are desperate to try to survive after being, really pummeled in this war. And they may have still thousands of young 17 and 18-year-olds who are willing to join their ranks, but they're not trained. They don't have all the arms. I mean, Hamas, the numbers can be deceiving, right? There was a report in the States today that Hamas still has, even up to 20,000 fighters. That may be true, but you're only as good as your training, right? So they have people on the streets who are armed, but their aim is to try to control whatever part of Gaza they can. And right now they're in about 50% of Gaza, and the Israeli army is in the other half. So, this is. I don't think we should actually be surprised by any of these stories, right?
No.
Hamas,
Right.
they used to kill Palestinians all the time, and we would see reports of it. Those of us who are here in Israel covering the conflict, but it barely even registered in most of the international press. But Hamas has a long history of killing Palestinians. Remember, how did Hamas come to control the Gaza Strip? They did it through a bloody coup where they basically killed and massacred and kicked out fellow Palestinians that were part of the Palestinian Authority, right? The Western-backed Palestinian Authority. They saw the Palestinian Authority as too moderate, too liberal, right? Because they had signed the Oslo Accords, right? A pathway to peace. That's why they kicked them out and took over the Gaza Strip. So, they have a lot of Palestinian blood on their hands, going back almost 20 years.
Jordana, you mentioned the vice president being optimistic about this ceasefire plan. How are the people of Israel feeling? Still the same? Pretty optimistic?
I think Israelis are feeling relief that the fighting has ended. And, there was so much trauma here over the hostage crisis. So those living hostages, the fact that all of them came back, I think there's still a sense of joy here over their return. Almost half of the released hostages have now been discharged from the hospitals, and they've come back to their hometowns, and there's been huge celebrations there. And so I don't think I think Israelis are still taking this moment to enjoy the quiet and the long-term prospect of President Trump's peace plan. I mean, I think some Israelis think, there'll be more fighting in the future, but it won't be tomorrow. Maybe it'll be in a few years. Maybe it'll be in 2 years. But for now, Israelis do feel the war has ended.
Yeah, well, that's at least a good feeling. Jordana Miller, ABC News correspondent in Jerusalem. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Talk soon, guys.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net 636-916-1122.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
Are you in the custom home market? The one name to know, Workhorse Construction. Brock Harvey, former Mizzou football player, has built Workhorse Construction with 17 years of experience, 17 years of quality control, and Workhorse Construction has 17 years of beautiful, one-of-a-kind designs and styles. Brock Harvey and his partners have built Workhorse Construction to be the best, and you need to see it for yourself. WorkHorseCG.com. That's WorkHorseCG.com.
Did you know you can include backstoppers in your estate planning? Leaving a legacy gift is a great way to make a lasting impact in our mission. By including a bequest to the backstoppers in your estate planning, your legacy will be to make a difference in the lives of families who have made great sacrifices for our safety. Legacy gifts help send children of fallen heroes to the college of their choice, provide families with health care coverage and all out-of-pocket medical expenses, and so much more. Consider making backstoppers your legacy today at backstoppers.org.
Carney, Buck.
Wednesday on the broadcast, Jake Tapper joins us from CNN. He's got a book out. We'll discuss.
Also, we'll talk sports with our very own Bob Ramsey.
Then we continue with Breast Cancer Awareness Week and a KTRS pain conversation.
We'll see you here right at noon.
John Carney, Julie Buck. Weekdays at noon on KTRS. The talk of St. Louis. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
3:48, time to get another check of traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Heidi, the latest is an accident on westbound 64 at Hampton, blocking the right lane with traffic slow back to Kings Highway. Construction is causing congestion on eastbound 64 from a mile east of Illinois 158 in Shiloh to Route 4, and the signals are on red flash at westbound 70 and Air Flight. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Here at the Big 550 KTRS, we have long supported Breast Cancer Awareness Month, honoring those who are fighting and, sadly, the women we have lost. Mitch Baden, President and CEO of Royal Banks of Missouri, was recently selected as the 2025 American Cancer Society Men Wear Pink campaign chairman. Congratulations, Mitch.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. I'm very blessed to be representing a wonderful group of men who are trying to raise some money and awareness for breast cancer.
You've been involved with the American Cancer Society for nearly a decade. What led to your involvement?
You know, my wife was diagnosed with a breast cancer tumor that she had removed. And a coworker came to me and said, they do this thing called Men Wear Pink for breast cancer awareness. You should do it. And I did. And it is 10 years later since I first was involved.
And
so,
she's okay?
Knock on wood, she is doing great. She has Parkinson's disease, which is a totally different issue, but breast cancer was cured by amazing surgery and great doctors. So, but thank you for asking, and she is doing well.
I love hearing that. And the good news is breast cancer is no longer a death sentence like it once was, and that's due to research. But research costs so much money.
Well, it does cost a lot of money, but we are blessed to be in St. Louis, two of the most amazing research hospitals and universities are here at St. Louis University and WashU.
Mm-hmm.
Both are amazing. But what else helps is early detection.
Absolutely.
So self-exams are really important. And Heidi, just one other thing I need to say. Most people think that breast cancer is just a woman's diagnosis, which is totally not true.
You actually lost a friend, correct?
I did. A few months ago, my friend Mike passed away of breast cancer, did not even have any symptoms. Unfortunately, when it was diagnosed, it was already in his bones, and he died in a little over a year. So, yeah, even guys need to check things out and make sure that they're talking to their medical providers as much as possible.
Hey, Mitch, thanks. And I'm not surprised that you're involved in another charitable issue. When you say Men Wear Pink, are there calls to action in the group? What do we do?
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, through the entire month, all of our ambassadors are wearing pink. So if you see somebody wearing pink, ask them why, and hopefully they'll tell you more about how you can contribute. But like me, I'm sitting in my office right now. I've got pink socks on. I got a pink striped shirt. And the whole idea is to not only raise funds, but just as importantly, to raise awareness to the disease and how important early detection and treatment is. So that's a great question, Rammer.
Yeah, and Mitch, is it cheating? I want to do this, but is it cheating if I go next door to Hats and Stuff and get a St. Louis City shirt or something? They're kind of like electric red. It's kind of pink. Or should I go full bore and just get the pinkest shirt I can find?
I personally do the pinkest shirt I can find because nobody in my family ever thought I would ever wear pink.
I love it.
Yeah, you're a football player. Come on.
There was a book written about real men don't eat quiche. Well,
that's right.
A real man can eat quiche. Well, real men can wear pink. And as far as I'm concerned, any shade of color that's red, orange, if it looks pink, wear it, and it looks good, and wear it with pride.
That is a great reminder. And Mitch, if somebody is listening and they do want to make a contribution, where's the best place to go?
Well, you can go out online, and you can go to www.menwearpink.org, #StLouisMo, and that'll get you to the page where all the ambassadors are, and you can pick one of the good-looking guys. Mitch Baden's the best-looking one of them. Well, come on. I'm
without question.
And you can pick the ambassador that you want, and you can make a contribution right there online.
Is it a competition? Are we trying to raise more money for Mitch Baden than we are another guy?
I couldn't care less who you contribute to. Right now, a banker at Enterprise Bank by the name of Brian Bonifani is leading the way with over $15,000
nice.
in contribution. He was our chairman last year, and for many, many years, he's raised the most amount of money. It's kind of a competition amongst ourselves, but whoever anybody contributes to is a blessing that we're happy with. So.
He said he didn't care who won, but then he pulls out Brian Bonifani.
Hey, he's still competitive.
And how much money he's raised. Mitch, I think you're keeping an eye on it.
Well, Bonifani's dad and I belong to the same country club, and he's about 7 or 8 years older than me. He can still kick my butt in golf. So I'm trying to kick his son's butt.
Yeah. Win where you can.
That's right.
Absolutely. Well, Mitch, we really appreciate you joining us and reminding everybody about Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and continue to wear pink and look very handsome in it.
Well, Heidi, thank you for having me, and please thank Mark for all the philanthropic things that the station does. I'm just amazed at what you guys support, and I really appreciate the time that you gave me just to tell everybody to contribute. Go out to that website and please spend a few of your bucks and help us save some lives.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks. Have a great afternoon.
Andy from Hats and Stuff. The Blues are in town this week, and it's time to gear up with some tremendous prices on jerseys, tees, ball caps, hoodies for the entire family. My retirement sale continues, and we're adding a bunch of new things to the $10 sale. $10 sale. $10 sale.
So come by and check it out.
Located at Westport Plaza, across from the Drunken Fish and the Kirby Steakhouse, or 24/7 at hatsandstuff.com and the Soulard Farmers Market on Saturdays. Hats and Stuff. Good stuff at really great prices.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment, you fill out a health questionnaire form, you get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home, and then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners, and then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
I'm Farmer Dave, and here's my good friend and owner of MasterCars Inc., Alex Rosenberger, with today's hot MasterCars Inc. deals.
Hey, thanks, Farmer Dave. This is our favorite motoring season. Great top-down weather or getting the bike out. The temps are perfect. Of course, we can fix you up with one if you're in need. Attractive financing options available with no payments until 2026. Keep that in mind. Now, if you have one and don't need it, we can help there too. We're always looking for super clean, low-mile, pristine Corvettes, muscle cars, classic cars, luxury cars, you name it. Motorcycles too, especially Ducatis and Harleys. We'll even buy entire collections. Hop on our site, submit what you've got, and we'll get you an offer. Easy as that.
So rev that motor and point your car in the direction of MasterCars Inc. and buy or sell today. 4100 Namioki Road in Granite City, or visit MasterCarsInc.com to get more details. That's MasterCarsInc.com.
Hey, Heidi Glaus here, asking you to join us weekly as we present the KTRS Book Club, presented by the St. Louis County Library for readers of every generation. Books transport us anywhere our imagination wants to go. They are absolutely magical. The KTRS Book Club will introduce you to local and national authors, events, and special programs presented by the St. Louis County Library every week from 3 to 6 right here on the Big 550 KTRS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore, but some days I sit and wish I was a kid again.
Well, Heidi and Bob, back in the day on this date, October 21st, 146 years ago, Menlo Park, New Jersey, 1879, Thomas Edison flipped the switch on the first working light bulb.
Let there be light.
It shone for, how long did it last, Bob?
67 years.
40 hours.
Oh.
Good guess, though.
So just like the bulbs last now.
Just
Right.
about.
But then there's that one light bulb at that fire station in like New Jersey that's been going since the early
20s or something.
1900s. Yeah. So maybe when they first started, they were terrible. Then they were really good.
And then they were too good.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were too good, and now they're terrible good. 2003, on this date, a guy named Kirk Jones became the first person to survive going over Niagara Falls without a safety device.
Well, that's foolish.
I don't know what he was in. It says it makes it sound like he just kind of
Accidentally
slapped a swimsuit on, and
I agree with Heidi. That was foolish.
Yes.
He was charged with illegally performing a stunt.
Good.
And again, I don't know why anybody wants to do this stuff. And then this one's for you, Bob. Game 6 of the World Series 1975. Carlton Fisk hit a ball deep to left field and
Waved it fair.
However, the Cincinnati Reds took the series in game
Big Red Machine.
7.
Wow. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Erik Siemers with the St. Louis Business Journal. Several headlines that have caught our attention, and he'll break them all down for us. That's coming up, and I hope you'll hang out with us here on the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. President Donald Trump is pressing for his Justice Department to pay roughly $230 million as a settlement for investigations he faced during the Biden administration and his first term in office. Sources familiar with the matter confirmed to ABC News. The extraordinary arrangement, as first reported by the New York Times, would likely first need sign-off from top officials in the department who previously served as Trump's defense attorneys or otherwise represented his allies. 3 weeks after the government shutdown began, there appears to be no end in sight, with lawmakers digging in along party lines. Now, key programs, including SNAP benefits, are set to run out of funding. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
Earlier this month, the acting administrator of SNAP said by the end of the month, the program won't have enough money if the shutdown continues. SNAP serves more than 42 million low-income Americans. And now major states, including Texas and Pennsylvania, saying that come November 1st, if the shutdown persists, they will not be distributing SNAP food assistance benefits.
Vice President J.D. Vance traveled to Israel, joining White House envoy Steve Witkoff and negotiator Jared Kushner as the U.S. works to keep the delicate ceasefire in place. Vance says he believes achieving long-term peace is still on track. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge is in Tel Aviv and says there is also a dose of skepticism in the region.
If you've studied geopolitics, if you've looked at the history of this region, if you've looked at every single conflict, since the State of Israel was founded, you know that this is a very, very hard thing to achieve. I don't think the Vice President was playing that down, but I think he did sort of recognize, how little of the plan has actually been realized.
Witkoff and Kushner also met with some of the surviving hostages and their families. The Atlantic hurricane season is not slowing down. Tropical storm Melissa formed today, but is not expected to pose a direct threat to the U.S. Haiti, the D.R., Jamaica, and Cuba could be in the storm's path. You're listening to ABC News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
64 degrees at 4:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. SNAP recipients in Missouri are being warned about potential benefit losses. The Missouri Department of Social Services sent out a warning yesterday that it will not be able to fund November SNAP benefits if the federal government shutdown continues. More than 667,000 Missourians received SNAP benefits last month. Coming up in November, 12 locations in St. Louis will serve as collection sites for Operation Christmas Child, a worldwide project by the Samaritan's Purse organization. The event spreads holiday joy to young people by filling shoeboxes with toys, school supplies, and letters of encouragement that will be distributed over the holidays. On the Frank and Jill Show, St. Louis area Christmas Child Coordinator Vicki Stamps said that donation time will be here soon, and she described the effort as a way to make a tangible difference in the life of a child facing difficult times.
Well, this is great because what we do is pack shoe boxes. We want to make those shoe boxes fun, full, and personalized. The fun comes from putting in toys and a wow gift. What we say is a wow gift. When they open that shoebox, they are just real excited about it.
Donations will be accepted in the St. Louis region from November 17th through the 24th. More information at SamaritansPurse.org. The Fairview Heights Police Department has issued a warning about a man posing as an Ameren worker in an attempt to gain entry into homes. A resident recently reported to police that a man claiming to work for Ameren asked for permission to enter the resident's home so he could, quote, check some codes. That resident denied the man entry, but police are advising the public to be on the lookout. RAM settlement money is on the agenda at tonight's St. Louis County Council meeting.
The St. Louis County Council is scheduled to discuss RAM settlement money at tonight's meeting. This includes a $6 million street improvement contract and a proposal to transfer significant portions of the settlement money into regular operating accounts for the next budget year. Billboard 250, which is also on the agenda, would authorize transfers from the NFL Settlement Fund, including up to $30 million in the general revenue, and up to $25 million to the Health Fund, and up to $4 million to the Park Maintenance Funds for the 2026 budget. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
And Illinois State Senator Erica Harris of Glen Carbon is holding a First Responders Appreciation event on Thursday at her Edwardsville office. Police officers, EMTs, dispatchers, and other first responders will enjoy food and a chance to connect with each other. Harris says this will be an annual event that's all about thanking those that keep communities safe. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Alaska Airlines is planning nonstop service to Portland from St. Louis. Beginning in May of 2026, Alaska Airlines will begin nonstop service from St. Louis Lambert International Airport to Portland's airport. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 218 points at 46,924. NASDAQ down 18 at 22,971. And the S&P 500 up 1 at 6,735. And now let's go to Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic.
Steve, the Blues are home tonight against the LA Kings. The Kings have won just once so far in 6 tries this year. And Mizzou football's Zion Young was named the SEC Co-Defensive Lineman of the Week. Young registered 5 tackles and 2 sacks in the Tigers' 23-17 double overtime win at Auburn. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. The 2 right lanes of westbound 70 at Bermuda are blocked due to a grass fire, with traffic slow back to Jennings Station. There's an accident on westbound 64 at Hampton with several vehicles, including an ambulance and a tow truck, blocking the right lane, and traffic is slow back to Kings Highway there. And the signals are on red flash at westbound 70 and Air Flight. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Sunny for the rest of the day, clear overnight with a low in the mid-40s, sunny tomorrow with a high of 66. At 4:07, sunshine, 64 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting international animal rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Tuesday afternoon, October 21st. Gateway Arch announces plans for 60th anniversary celebration. The iconic St. Louis Gateway Arch announced today its plans for the 60th anniversary celebration of the monument. The National Monument was completed on October 28, 1965. Now, despite the ongoing government shutdown, multiple groups led by the Jefferson National Parks Association pulled together money to get the arch reopened in time for the anniversary. Often called the symbol of the gateway to the West, the site will have multiple events to celebrate its diamond anniversary. So this Saturday, the arch will honor its builders and founders. People can come to meet the original builders and even hear some of those stories. There will also be a riverfront fireworks display at 7 p.m. Then on Sunday, there will be a performance by Circus Harmony St. Louis Arches from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And then on Tuesday, October 28th, celebration of the arch completion with performances from local bands and performers. So a fun way to celebrate, and thankfully they were able to raise the funds to get it open on that day.
That's great effort.
Yeah, it is.
And these are kind of the civic pride things.
Absolutely.
I know it's a national monument, but it means a lot to St. Louis.
Yes, it does. It's home. When you come over that bridge and you're coming from somewhere else and you see it, you know you're home.
There's nothing like it.
No.
It really is amazing, that feeling you get. And,
I agree.
And the way downtown's lit up. It can be, midnight, late in the afternoon, coming back on a team bus, at 3 a.m. and seeing it. It's just a great feeling.
And
I
this
love it.
sounds really dumb to say, but not every city has something like this.
No.
Absolutely right.
Yeah,
New York's
that's not
got
dumb.
the Statue of Liberty. We've got the Arch.
Yeah.
Washington Monument. I mean, name a couple other ones, but
Hollywood sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's really big.
Well, and it's not like, it is right there when you cross the river. So it's like when you're coming over from Illinois, you are in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Yep. Spectacular. Here's one that's not as spectacular. A large chunk of suspected space debris has been found in a remote part of the Australian desert, the country's space agency confirmed. Charred and smoldering, was found in the Pilbara region of Western Australia, according to the Australian Space Agency. I didn't know there was one. It's not yet clear what the object is. They think it's a propellant tank or a pressured piece of a space launch vehicle. They did not provide details about the size, but it looks, 5 by 5. It's a big chunk of metal. Tens of thousands of pieces of space junk and millions more of smaller bits of orbital debris are cluttered in low Earth orbit. And these objects fly through orbit at up to 18,000 miles an hour, which was really displayed pretty well in that Sandy Bullock movie, Gravity.
Yes, it was. You're right.
And it does present dangers to telecommunications satellites and astronauts flying through it to get into upper orbit. So this one fell in a road in the middle of the Australian desert. Fortunately, no one was hurt. It's a dirt road, but they found it, and keep your eye to the sky, because something could be falling on your head.
Didn't Skylab crash in Western Australia?
I believe it did.
Somewhere in
I
Australia.
wonder if that's on a path there, and the Aussies are going, hey, mate.
Yeah, we're a magnet for all your space junk.
Move the pathway, please.
And then when you do watch a movie like Gravity, and you see that debris field, it comes around every, however so often it takes to orbit the planet, it almost makes it sound impossible to actually live up there or travel up there.
Yeah, it does.
Or dangerous, at least.
And I think we're adding satellites to the atmosphere by the thousands every year. All the time. They said that they thought that space debris hit a American Airlines jet this week. Did you see that story?
I did not see that story.
Cracked the windshield. The pilot kind of had blood on his hand. It's kind of like a shotgun spray where it just kind of...
I saw something cracked a windshield, but I didn't know that's what it was.
That's what they think it was.
Wow.
They thought it was space debris. Other people are saying that it was a weather balloon. You know, they blame weather balloon on everything.
Weather balloon is kind of soft.
I mean,
and do we still use them?
I don't
Aren't
know.
we past the balloon stage?
Yeah, I would say they were used when they would do like a 5 on your side weather event at Busch Stadium, and they would send one of the weather balloons up. But I can't imagine that, at least if that's the same kind of thing.
We got to get with our weather partners. I want to know what our status is on weather balloons.
No, don't look over here. There's no aliens or UFOs or space debris.
And what about weather balloons? They start laughing at us.
Yep.
If it used those since 1947.
Sports gambling. Come to town just a little over a month. Legal sports gambling, I should
December
say.
1?
Online sports gambling, December 1. In the New York Times over the weekend, they had a study about in-game sports gambling. This is after the game already starts, and people are making wagers on, the next pitch, or maybe the score is 7-0, and I'll place a wager on the team that's losing. I'll get better odds that way.
Or on the scary thing is on players.
Mm-hmm.
Josh is not going to make any points in this quarter. Things like that.
And that's how that Porter kid in the NBA was banned from the league. I think he's actually in jail right now, or at least is being charged with a crime. In Oregon, a state that keeps detailed sports betting data, in-game betting for DraftKings, the only online sports book that is able to operate in the state. In-game sports betting grew twice as fast as pre-game sports betting. And after the game started, there was double the bets.
Wow.
The leagues love this because not only are they getting live, real data on how their fans watch the game, but if they're betting on the game as it goes on, they're really watching the game. They're keeping tuned to the act. They're not walking to the kitchen to, grab a soda right in the middle of a pitch. They are watching this game. So the sports leagues actually love this information. Here's the weirdest part. In Oregon, in-game sports betting, the most popular is the NBA. I guess the Trailblazers are a big draw up there.
Okay.
Second most popular sport for in-game sports betting in the state of Oregon.
College football.
Table tennis.
No. How do you bet on that?
Ping pong.
How do you bet on it?
$103 million have been spent on in-game table tennis wagering last year.
Do they have like a U.S. Olympic gold medalist?
I don't know why this is just in Oregon, but
I don't believe it.
The University of Oregon's Warsaw Sports Marketing Program Director Dr. Ken Pendleton says ping pong is like the crack cocaine of sports gambling. It is on all day long. Matches last 14 minutes.
From where?
Poland. Japan.
I was going to say, I've never even seen it.
Polish ping pong?
You can watch this on YouTube live. You can watch it live on DraftKings, and it's not even like professional. They said somebody
people playing?
It's
Well, I'm
club
going to say
level.
that's a major issue. Red flag
It's
if you're
a
betting
huge
on
red
table
flag.
tennis.
Look, it's two guys in a gym.
Fake news. Don't believe it for 1 minute. Nobody's playing ping pong.
They said the biggest bet ever wagered was $30,000, and the guy won on a match of no-name players. And like I said, $103 million have been wagered on table tennis last year alone in the state of Oregon. Table tennis.
I feel like that's a cover for something.
The
Money
doctor,
laundering, maybe?
It sounds like it,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not buying it.
It's going through DraftKings. So
Well, that doesn't.
I don't know how they launder
They're not
money
the
for
FBI.
you.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was going to say, are we going to give them all the, just free pass?
I don't get this at all, and somebody should
We need
look
to get
into
an
it.
investigative reporter on this.
But that the doctor from University of Oregon is like, this is where the real, I hate to call them degenerates, but the real,
Well, I mean,
the real
Sickos.
sickos.
Is that better?
I'll go with
Is that-
sickos.
Okay, yeah.
This is where the
Yeah.
sickos live.
I was going to say, be careful. The mirror's close by. Let's talk about something better, like one of the incredible institutions that calls St. Louis home. And I'm talking about SSM Health, Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. Just truly incredible place. And I say this a lot. Of course, you do not want to ever have a sick child. You don't want your kid to even have a broken arm. But if your kid is fighting something and you're trying to figure out what it is, we are so lucky to have Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital and these fantastic doctors and nurses and surgeons and even researchers. I mean, we really have a team of the best at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. And what's so cool is for years, they just continue to raise funds to be able to put back into the hospital. I mean, that's how they're able to add some of the program enhancements, to add to the facility updates. They are now building a brand new hospital. But what always sticks out with me is the charity care, because you see other programs that say, oh, we never turn a kid away, but you don't really see the commercials for Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital saying we never turn a child away, but they don't. And that's because of the Cardinal Glennon Children's Foundation, with donations from people like you and me or other corporations here in St. Louis. They are doing everything they can to really make an impact, not only on that one patient, but on the families that turn to Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. You can learn more and read some of the stories I'm talking about at glennon.org.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
If you need a credit score of 750, you need Analytico750.com. Analytico750.com is the credit health partner that works for you. With Analytico750.com, you get smarter, faster credit updates. Forget waiting 45 days. At Analytico 750, we provide fresh updates every 30 days. Plus, you get access to all 3 credit bureaus and unlimited reports for just $25 a month. But there's more. We also provide business credit reports, personal credit analyzation, and credit monitoring to keep tabs on your score 24/7. We even offer rapid rescore to accelerate score changes and a security freeze to lock down your credit from identity thieves. After you sign up, one of our credit experts will help you aim for a 750 credit score. Build your credit score to 750 with Analytico750.com. Call 800-850-0750. 800-850-0750. That's 800-850-0750.
Hey, it's John Carney. A lot of conversations with the folks over at Allen Roofing, pretty much asking advice, because I know a lot of people got smacked by that storm, and he had some great advice for people to think about. First off, be careful of who you talk to when you're going to get some work done. Make sure there's an agreement and the scope of work is laid out in that contract. Also, as you can imagine, a lot of contractors are busy. Give them some time. And you know what? Allen Roofing will come put a tarp on your roof at no charge, even if you don't use them when you get the roof repaired. Also, check the Better Business Bureau. See what the reviews are for contractors that you deal with. And also remember, insurance companies allow up to an entire year from the date of loss to file a claim. So you've got time to get those repairs done and that replacement done. Don't rush it. Just a few tips from the people that know roofing and repairs better than anyone. It's Allen Roofing, online at aroofing.net.
Schrader Funeral Homes and Crematory, St. Louis's oldest family-owned funeral home, offering complete funeral, burial, and cremation services, including an on-site reception center and crematory. 150 years of serving St. Louis families. Visit them at schrader.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550. KTRS. This is the Business Journal Report with editor Erik Siemers on the Heidi Glaus Show. Powered by Capital Advisory Group. CapitalAdvisoryGRP.com.
The St. Louis Business Journal is always on top of what's going on in and around St. Louis when it comes to business news. Erik Siemers, the editor, is back to talk about a couple of the stories making headlines. And Erik, I want to start with a bridge that would connect the Armory and City Foundry. It's still moving forward despite the Armory closing.
Yeah, so the Great Rivers Greenway is wanting to build a nearly $20 million bridge that was initially, the idea was to take you from the Metrolink the Green Line, it goes to the Metrolink at Grand, and then the walkway would go over to where the Armory was, and then across 64 into the City Foundry. And the Armory is now closed. There is now a proposal to build a data center on land behind the Armory, and a lot of speculation that the Armory itself will also become a data center. So we inquired with the Greenway folks to see if that was in any way altering their vision for this walkway bridge crossing 64. And the simple answer was just no, it's not. They looked at the Armory as one potential sort of landmark along the path of this bridge and walkway extension, but it was just one possible destination. The real intent here was to make connections across I-6440 to all the destinations north and destinations south, mostly the Grand Metrolink station. So the real purpose of this was to be able to connect transit commuters to more easily to these other midtown destinations. Because right now you get up that Grand spot, you got a bit of a hike to make, to get over to City Foundry. And with that becoming such a major destination, this is intended to sort of make it easier for those folks to connect.
Are you hearing anything, some business leaders, think tanks, rumors about anybody trying to do something commercially with the Armory? It's such a cool building. I'd hate to see it just not be a part of what St. Louisans do, and connecting it to the Foundry seems like a great idea. Is anybody talking about anything?
Not outwardly, not yet anyway. I mean, this discussion over this data center proposal, a lot of it's kind of colored by this concern of what will eventually happen to the Armory.
Yeah.
The data center proposal itself, as it stands now, only applies to the parking lot that serviced the Foundry, which is right next to that Midtown Power substation, which is part of the appeal of the location. So right now, all the developers are saying is that their plan is only for a data center at that location. They don't know what their development plan calls for with the Armory. There's a lot of people who believe that eventually, if you remove the parking for the Armory, how useful does the Armory building become?
Right. It's true.
And that the next logical step would for it to also become a data center. No, we don't know that. That's sort of projecting, but that has been some of critics' concern about the land use case for this data center and why they're so opposed to it, is that they would rather see a community use be put in play. The trouble is that the group that's in charge of economic development and land use in that area is the Midtown Redevelopment Corporation. That's a joint venture formed in 2017 between St. Louis University and SSM to develop and sort of master plan that whole area of Midtown. And the executive director of that group has said in public meetings about the data center that the data center was not their first choice, but there have not been a lot of other opportunities knocking on the door to find a use that would put that property, particularly that parking lot, on the tax rolls again.
Yeah, and architecturally, the Armory, again, you hate to see it just become some sort of, like you say, a data center. However, a lot of people have tried a lot of different things there, and it never seems to work. And former St. Louis U president Lawrence Biondi was a real estate savant, and he didn't touch it. So there must be a problem there. Maybe it's because it's so
big
and landlocked from easy access.
And it's a large space.
Yeah,
that was used for something very different.
Yes.
So in our conversations with the developer that was originally behind that project, Green Street, the entertainment complex that opened initially was really meant to be just one phase.
Yeah.
I mean, in order to really make that thing, as developers say, pencil out, you needed additional phases with additional uses, whether it be offices, residential, or something, whatever you can do with that, in order to make it work. And their financial health and the troubles they ran into financially never allowed them to get to that second phase, which is how they ended up, going through bankruptcy and this building being vacated.
I think it should be a indoor pickleball,
but you don't need 100-foot ceiling.
Right.
Well, you need a tall ceiling for it. And I went to that Chicken and Pickle, and it was pretty crowded.
Big.
Pretty crowded.
You have to invent a new game that's part paddle sport, part like throwing paper airplanes.
Yeah. I was going to say.
Huge space.
And they did have a bunch of different games in there when it was going, as far as that goes. Let's move on. WashU met with White House officials to discuss the president's higher education compact. What do you know about the meeting?
Well, they had an initial meeting virtually last week. This is something that the Student Life, the student newspaper, reported. And then Chancellor Martin himself wrote in a letter Monday that he has accepted an invitation to meet with the administration in person to engage, what he calls, quote, engage constructively with them. His intent is to participate in this national dialogue ongoing about higher education. We don't know yet. They didn't respond to questions Monday when we talked to them about whom he would be meeting with and exactly when. But this has been part of an ongoing push by the Trump administration to get public and private universities to sort of adhere to this policy of no race-based admissions, creating protections for conservative students, creating what they call institutional neutrality, and other commitments that sort of favor their position to oppose sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Now, on October 1st, President Trump's the administration put out a document they called a compact for excellence in higher education, which outlined these policies. WashU did not endorse or sign that compact. And Chancellor Martin, in his note Monday, said that WashU's participation in talks should not be seen as an endorsement of that compact. He said that, and he claims WashU is not trying to curry favor with the president. In his letter, he said this decision was not made to advantage ourselves or gain any type of preferential benefit. But they believe that a meaningful progress will be the best achieved through open and ongoing dialogue. Now, this has been an evolving story across the country recently. Just this afternoon, the University of Virginia became the first public institution to strike a deal with the Trump administration along some of these terms. Previously, they had reached similar agreements with private institutions more akin to WashU, including Brown University, Columbia University, and the University of Pennsylvania. So Chancellor Martin's what the outcome is of these meetings is going to be closely watched, because there has also been several universities that have stood their ground and said we're not going to sign on to this, and I think the concern here is that puts a lot of risk on these universities to either sort of acquiesce to some of these concerns, come up with some middle ground, or hold your ground. But they've also seen their amount of federal money coming in for research and all these other things held up or rescinded.
Hold your grounds and then hold your breath.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where WashU said. And of course, WashU had, I think it was 2024, had the highest amount of National Institutes of Health grants in the country.
Wow.
From the federal NIH. So it is, they are, especially in the field of health research. They're the second largest recipient of NIH grants, but nonetheless, they still are among the biggest, especially their health research, their medical research field. They are one of the biggest recipients of that federal money. So it's a big deal for them.
Yeah, and I know you currently have reporters working on a story about how hard it is to build in the city of St. Louis, and that's due to permits.
Yeah. So what we wanted to do is, recognizing the devastation caused by the May 16th tornado, is really look at what is it like to build a house in St. Louis, and what is it going to be easier here, or is it going to be harder relative to other communities? Because there's not a lot of home building in St. Louis, and you're either you're rebuilding or reconstructing historic homes, or like McBride Homes has done, they have built some condo and townhouse complexes in the Hill.
Yes.
But North City is going to be a completely different problem because not only was it the historically disinvested and poor community, but it also because of that and because of the value of some of those homes were already incredibly low. they're not going to be covered by insurance, or insurance isn't going to pay out enough to justify, to reimburse for the cost of rebuilding. So you run the risk of a continued rapid exodus from St. Louis, from all the people that did live up there and just can't navigate. And complicating that is in St. Louis, it is a permitting process that is layer upon layer of complications. Number one, it is still the only, the city, of course, as you all know, is a county. It is the only county in the region where you have to apply for building permits in person.
Yep.
It is not an online, you can't file them online. You have to actually go to that office. And then when you go there, you're met with a series of walls, of signs posted on the walls that offer these complicated directions. First, you have to apply for a building permit. Then your contractor, electrical contractor, has to apply for an electrical permit. But then they need to follow. That needs to follow the building permit. But the building permit can't be approved until the electric permit is approved. It's a web like that.
Yes.
So that requires. So if you're a home builder and you want to build a subdivision or a single home or something in St. Louis, you immediately have to go to City Hall to start the process and work your way through that whole process. On top of that, you have a series of regulations that, whether they be environmental review, environmental protections put in place, that home builders, at the time they were enacted, warned they would increase costs. And the trouble is that they still believe that these extra regulations, things like requiring new HVAC, various environmental things that were required in order to protect against climate change, but that would significantly add to the cost of building a home, are in place elsewhere. So there's no real data to show that it has significantly increased the cost because no one's building houses.
Eric, 2 points. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say 2 points on that. One, a lot of this sounds like a lot of the news we're hearing with building permits in Southern California from the fires, and that people are just banging their head against the wall. And two, we've talked in your segment and in other segments about St. Louis trying to grow inside the city. Is this, and so this is like diametrically opposed to that. I wonder if it's something the mayor can get involved with and just change the process. I wonder how that would work.
You're in luck. So Mayor Spencer has been very forthright about this in recent months. She has been outspoken, understanding how the bureaucratic process of getting through this permitting system in St. Louis isn't working. This isn't a city that works in that sense. So she has really sort of steeled herself towards fixing these problems.
Good.
She's pledging to bring the city's building permit system online as soon as the start of 2026. Now, that's incredibly ambitious when you consider that St. Louis County took 11 years to get that process.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
She issued an executive order last month instructing some city departments to ease up on some of the standards and regulations to try to speed permitting for tornado damaged areas in particular, with the goal of streamlining development. So this is what this is really a Herculean task, and being done in a hurry to meet what is going to be urgent needs to get that neighborhood, help rebuild that neighborhood without losing a ton of additional population. But what our story and our reporting really highlights this week is just from the people who would be doing the work, who would be doing the building, how they just don't come into the city to build in many cases, because it's partially the permitting, but it's also that this is a really old city. Mm-hmm. And one person, the Andre Alexander, who's a pastor who runs the nonprofit Tabernacle Community Development Corp. They build and rehab houses in Jeff Vanderloo neighborhood. And, he was telling us that there are just some things you have no idea what you're going to find when you start digging up some of this ground.
So true.
There were times when there were no rules for how to properly dispose of a demolished house. So in some cases, the older homes were just bulldozed under the lot.
Well, I cannot wait to read your article. And of course, you can read more about what's happening with our city and business news in our area online at bizjournals.com/St. Louis. Erik, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group, and the author of the #1 best-selling book on taxes, Keep What's Yours. Let us show you how tax-smart investment strategies can protect your wealth. Give us a call at 636-394-5524, or you can visit us on the web at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Keep What's Yours, Saturday afternoons at 3.
4:39. Let's get a quick check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, the latest is an accident on eastbound 64 at Maryville Center, blocking the two left lanes with a stop and go back up to Timberlake Manor. The estimated clearance time is 5:25. It looks like they've cleared an accident on northbound 270 before Olive. Southbound 270 is heavy from Page down to Manchester. Westbound 64 congested from Kings Highway to Hampton. Southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. This traffic report is brought to you by Lion's Choice, where you can enjoy a quick and delicious meal but make it healthy with plenty of low-cal, low-carb, vegetarian, and gluten-free options. There's something to satisfy everyone on the Lion's Choice menu. Stop by today. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's day 21 of the government shutdown with no vote currently scheduled. Ben Siegel, ABC News Deputy Political Director in Washington, joins us with 3 potential pivot points. Hey, Ben.
Hey, good to be with you.
Thank you for joining us. So let's talk about these pivot points. What are we looking at?
So first things first, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't tell you when this is going to end. But these 3 dates in November that I think we should all be keeping our eyes on do present possible off-ramps here for Congress if they decide they want to take it. The first would be November 1st, and that's an important date because if you think back to why this whole fight is happening, it's over subsidies for health care, for health insurance purchased on the Affordable Care Act, ACA marketplaces. You can start buying those plans on November 1st. So the thinking is now that date is on the doorstep and it comes, people will get sticker shock. Americans will see some of these rates increasing. And some Democrats think that that will be enough for Republicans to own what's happening politically now that those subsidies for next year have not been passed and they'll be allowed to expire. So that's the first possible date. And the second date to mention is the 21st of November. That's an important date because if you think about what's on the table right now, we're just talking about a stopgap measure to fund the government for 7 weeks that was first introduced in September, almost 7 weeks ago. So when we get to November 21st, the 7 weeks expires. And we know that the Republicans in the House have been out of town. Speaker Mike Johnson has wanted to keep pressure on Democrats in the Senate to pass his bill. Well, his bill basically expires on November 21st. So that's another possible way you can see them come back to the table.
Yeah.
Okay. And then your third point?
The third date is one that every American should know well, the Thanksgiving holiday. We know it gets a crazy time for travel, right? So a very crazy time for people traveling all over the country and a difficult time for air traffic controllers who right now are working as essential employees without pay. So the thinking is that neither side of the aisle, Republicans nor Democrats, Congress nor the White House, want to politically own what might happen at the airports over Thanksgiving if air traffic controllers continue to call in sick, continue to miss work because they can't afford to work without pay. And there is already a shortage in this country in the best of times of air traffic controllers. So that's the other date to look at. But there's some people who think this could continue into next year just because both sides politically think they're winning right now.
Oh, boy.
Ben, I saw an anonymous quote from a freelance journalist, so I'm glad we're talking to you because I don't know if it's true or not, but on the political side of this, the quote was apparently from a politician: do I vote to open the government up and get crushed and can't raise a single dollar of low dollar money, or do I vote to shut the government down and get $3 million from online fundraising? Is there any legitimacy to politicians thinking like that?
I think there are definitely political incentives at play here. You know, Democrats have been spoiling for a fight with President Trump after the election last year. They've been licking their wounds. They have not really been essentially in a position to challenge him. They're in the minority. He is kind of aggressively reshaping the federal government. We've seen it all year. And this is really the first pressure point. So there are some Democrats who are pushing lawmakers, to stand up to him. So there is some truth in that. But there, at the same time, there are some people who think that this is going to cost the country a lot of money, it's going to hurt the economy, and going to create a lot of pain for American households, even those outside of federal workers. So, there are political incentives on both sides, but there are also economic incentives to really end this and get back to business as usual. There's also other work that Congress needs to do. They're simply not doing it right now while they focus on this.
Yeah.
Ben, who generally gets the blame for government shutdowns? I mean, Republicans have the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. They're the ruling party. Is it the ruling party that gets blamed, or is it the upstarts, I guess you could call them, and the people that are digging their heels in?
Usually the party, now this has been in the past, we've seen the party that starts the shutdown is usually the one to blame. So Republicans who have repeatedly triggered shutdowns in the past, the first Trump administration, 2013 over Obamacare, defunding Obamacare. Remember, Ted Cruz led that fight. Republicans were blamed at the end of the shutdown. But at the same time, Republicans picked up seats in the Senate in 2014 after the shutdown. Republicans won some races in Congress years later, and we're not seen as paying a political price. So, history would say that the party that starts it is the party that owns it. But, there are some Democrats who see that, they're being blamed right now, but people are also blaming Republicans, and people are also blaming the president, who is now doing things in the shutdown that no president has done before. It's basically using it as pretext to fire more federal workers, which sort of runs against his argument that he's trying to preserve some, essential work. So nobody is blameless here, and it may be that it might be enough to keep this going on longer than intended if the blame is spread around and not focused on one party here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Ben Siegel, ABC News Deputy Political Director in Washington. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
A message from the master. If you are looking for that one-of-a-kind gift this year, come on in to Newsletter's Fine Jewelers. Let Richard draw your future present for somebody you love. This special engraving lasts a lifetime. At the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
Julie Buck here for the Only Facial. If you want great skin, and I mean, who doesn't, then pop into the Only Facial and get a facial. They've got so many steps to this process, and it's one price, $125. No tipping, no upsells, no product sales, just a fabulous facial, including microderm abrasion and dermaplaning, and of course, therapeutic massage, just to name a few of the things that will happen during your facial at the Only Facial, with locations all over St. Louis. Also in Overland Park, Kansas, too. So if you're in the KC area, you'll know that you can just go to the Only Facial and get that same facial that you know and love, that you get in Frontenac, that you get in Clayton, that you get in Columbia, Missouri, Sunset Hills, all over town. Look for it. They're pink. You can't miss them, and it's fabulous. It's called The Only Facial, and you can find out more online and book now, too, at theonlyfacial.com.
Truck drivers, the holiday rush is here. Take advantage by becoming a Schneider driver. By driving for one of America's busiest carriers, you'll stay busy during the holiday season and throughout the new year. Plus, as a Schneider driver, you'll have access to top-quality driver support and newer equipment spec'd with the latest safety and comfort features that drivers want. Don't wait. Get a jump on 2026 by exploring jobs in your area today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
If you're looking for your next home, think of First Community. Our Smart Choice Home Loan offers a 30-year fixed rate of just 6.531% APR to qualified borrowers, and you only need a down payment of 10%. Whether it's your first home, your forever home, or even a vacation home, be smart with a Smart Choice loan from First Community for all your savings and all your loans. Must qualify for membership. For terms and conditions, call toll-free 1-888-642-7969. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Ed Brock, everybody. If you love Halloween like I do yourself a favor and visit Johnny Brock's Dungeon. Why shop those tiny pop-up shops when you can shop 30,000 square feet of locally owned Halloween fun? We're open all year at I-44 in Jefferson on the edge of Soulard. Johnny Brock's Dungeon, a St. Louis must-see.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in. Like Kubota BX and L-Series compact tractors that get the job done right. Z-Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
Stop by Oakville Equipment for a test drive to see their full line of Kubota tractors. You can also visit them at oakvilleequipment.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Wake up, it's a brand new day. Getting your weekday started the St. Louis way. It's the McGraw Show.
I'm Carl the intern. Wednesday on the McGraw Show. Everyone's back, and usually when they get back from a vacation, the second day is the one where you drag butt. I am going to not be that guy. I promise. I can't speak for anyone else.
McGraw Millhaven, Rose Dalton, and Carl the intern. Weekday morning, 6 to 10.
Right here on your hometown station, the Big 550, KTRS. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550, KTRS.
10 minutes before 5 o'clock. Let's get another check of traffic with Captain Paul. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing an accident on eastbound 64 at Maryville Center, blocking the 2 left lanes with a stop and go back up to Chesterfield Parkway exit 20. Estimated clearance time is 5:25. Southbound 270 is heavy from Page down to Manchester. Northbound 270 jammed from Manchester to 64. Westbound 64 is congested from Kings Highway to Hampton. And southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to 4500 South Broadway. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Have you guys seen the pictures of this crazy cafe that is 2,600 feet in the air? This is in China. The world's tallest bridge in China has now opened a glass cafe 2,600 feet in the air. So everything is glass. You take an elevator up, I think it takes about a minute, and you have the 360-degree unobstructed view thanks to all of the glass walls. Would you do it? I feel like that is crazy.
Yeah, no. I would not do that. Okay. No, thank you.
I don't think I could enjoy my coffee or whatever I'm eating.
That's a long way to go for a cheese sandwich. The Royal Gorge has a thing where it's glass and it goes out over the gorge. Not doing it. No.
Yeah. Would you guys eat? Remember Stouffer's? Or when I went there, it was the Millennium Hotel, the restaurant up there
with the revolving deal.
Do you have a problem sitting on the glass that high up?
No, in fact, I ate at the restaurant at the top of the World Trade Center.
I did too. I had drinks there.
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
The old one, pre 9/11.
Yeah.
Or the Freedom Tower.
No, World Trade Center.
The World Trade Center, because they've got what was that? Windows on the World? Is that what?
Yes,
I think that's right.
That is what it was. Yeah.
You go to the Hancock Building in Chicago. You've got the signature room there.
But we're not talking floor to ceiling windows. We're talking
you're like you're floating.
I mean, this is a whole different experience.
It's not so much the height as it is you don't feel like you're grounded.
No. There is what is holding you, really, and that high in the air.
I've broken too many windows in my life to
know how easy it is. Isn't that true? Yeah.
I'd like to take a hot air balloon.
No, not happening.
And maybe have a couple of bites up there. Maybe a nice charcuterie board.
Well, you're not going to eat a lot during that.
No?
I've been up several times. Yeah, and I think it's cool, but you're going to be looking down and around. You're not going to just stop what you're doing.
Have a nice dinner.
Not, at least not in the ones I've been in.
The guy controlling it turns around. He's got a bow tie on. He's got a plate of food.
Yeah, and your cheese is melted because the fire is so hot, getting the balloon up.
Yeah, I'm not going up with you. Power lines. No
How
thanks.
big are those baskets, or how big can they
Depends.
be?
Yeah,
Can be
it
pretty
depends
big.
on. Yeah, the ones I've been in are about a 4 or 5 person basket, but you're not moving around a lot. You have your space, and you're standing there. I mean, there's not a chair.
You're not a hot air balloon guy, Bob?
No, I don't want to drop.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And Ed Becker just pointed out the arch is 630 feet. I mean, imagine, that being glass, and then you're going up another,
2,000 feet.
Exactly.
No thanks.
Mm-mm.
I'd like to have a couple nibbles at the top of the arch. Do they have a?
It's too small.
They have a vending machine up there.
They
Put
don't.
a sandwich in your pocket. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get a great deal on versatile Kubota equipment today, like the Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor, the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S., Z-Series mowers, and Sidekick utility vehicles. Stop by your local Kubota dealer today. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment with 0% financing available or save up to $4,500. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Oakville Equipment for a test drive to see their full line of Kubota tractors. You can also visit them at OakvilleEquipment.com.
Since 1974, Permajack of St. Louis has been helping residential and commercial owners protect their biggest investment. From successfully solving foundation structural problems to making sure basements remain dry, Permajack has performed tens of thousands of projects on both sides of the river, utilizing state-of-the-art technology, techniques, and equipment. Permajack of St. Louis has done it with honesty and integrity, never recommending anything outside of what you really need. For many repairs, Permajack provides a transferable life of structure warranty, all why Permajack of St. Louis has earned a BBB A+ rating and accreditation. For foundation settlement, bowed or buckling walls, cracks in your foundation, walls or bricks, or basement waterproofing, choose the hometown family-owned team at Permajack of St. Louis. Schedule your free inspection and estimate at permajackofstlewis.com. That's permajackofstlewis.com. Permajack, solid as rock.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a Banner Day.
At Midland, we know sometimes all it takes is a moment for an idea to spark, or to make it happen, a moment to find your dream, or build one, a moment to start your forever, or at least start planning for it. Whatever moments you have, Midland is here for them and can help you make them. Midland, brighter together. Visit us at midlandsb.com. Midland States Bank is member FDIC.
It's time for the popular Blust Jewelers annual Ladies Party, supporting breast cancer awareness, October 23rd through the 25th at the Blust Jewelers on Manchester Road in Tupper. Up to 50% off regular prices on select items. Wear pink and get an additional 10% off. Enter a drawing to win one of several gift certificates, and a portion of the sales will help breast cancer survivors. Enjoy refreshments, get a free gift with purchase, and most importantly, help support breast cancer awareness. Details at blustjewelers.com.
The Frank and Jill Show.
Hi, this is Frank Cusimano from The Frank and Jill Show. Join us for Wednesday's program at 10 o'clock. We are going to talk about one of the most iconic movies of all time, Psycho, with our reviewer, Tara Khan. Also, Sarah Fensky from St. Louis Magazine. Join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock for The Frank and Jill Show.
Frank Cusimano and Jill Farmer, weekdays 10 to noon. Right here on KTRS, the talk of St. Louis. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It is quitting time for so many. We got more to get to. We're going to talk to the author of Peacemaker, U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. We're talking about the United Nations and how it began and where it stands now. Does it still fill the same role? That's coming up at about 5:10. But Josh, here's a text for you from 314. Been on many hot air balloon rides with about 6 people at a time. They gave us champagne and charcuterie board foods afterwards, but it's always been fabulous.
Afterwards.
I don't want you throwing your bratwurst out of the balloon.
Commandeer a couple of those grapes, to take on the ride up.
Yeah. Well, only you.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Growth by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Mizzou football.
The rushing touchdown, and Missouri extends the lead.
KTRS AM, FM 1061, K291CW St. Louis.
President Trump is pressuring for his Justice Department to pay roughly $230 million as a settlement for investigations he faced during the Biden administration and his first term in office. Sources familiar with the matter confirmed to ABC News. President Trump at the White House responding to the reports first published by New York Times, but says that it's up to the attorneys.
Yeah, they probably owe me a lot of money, but if I get money from our country, I'll do something nice with it, like give it to charity or give it to the White House while we restore the White House.
The government shutdown now in day 21. The Senate will take up another vote tomorrow on a measure to try to end it, but the stalemate continues with Democrats calling for negotiations to extend health benefits. The impacts of the shutdown being felt from critical food programs like SNAP to flight delays as air traffic controllers deal with shortages and now sick calls. ABC's Perry Russum has more.
Delays are happening in Dallas, Atlanta, and Newark. You have these workers who are working their jobs, very stressful jobs, knowing they're not getting paid. So now some of them are calling out, trying to find other work elsewhere to put food on the table, keep the roof over their heads. Many of them have mortgages, so they're trying to find other ways of income.
A man who was charged in the January 6th attack on the Capitol and pardoned by President Trump has been arrested again, this time for threatening to kill House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
This reflects a lot of concerns that we heard from law enforcement after President Trump issued those vast pardons of nearly all the 1,590 people who were charged in connection with the Capitol attack, that they might be a risk of recidivism and they might level threats such as these. We've actually seen several January 6 rioters commit crimes in the wake of these pardons, but this is the first known instance we've seen of a Jan 6 rioter committing something in the way of political violence.
ABC's Alex Mallon. You're listening to ABC News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
64 degrees at 5:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter.
Following a private ceremony held last month at the Missouri Supreme Court, Missouri Attorney General Catherine Hanaway was sworn in yesterday at a public ceremony at the state capitol. She's the state's 45th Attorney General and the first woman to hold the position. During her remarks, she praised those working in her office.
When you hear about a big win for the state of Missouri, it's due to the hard work of those 400 men and women in the office.
Hanaway was appointed by Republican Governor Kehoe in August to fill the rest of Andrew Bailey's term after he took a job as co-deputy director of the FBI. Today, Mayor Kara Spencer announced the opening of the St. Louis Recovers Outreach Center to help residents affected by the May 16 tornado connect with services offered by the city, including the newly launched Private Property Assistance application. The Outreach Center is located at the Urban League Women's Business Center on Natural Bridge Road. The Illinois Liquor Control Commission will host the 2025 Virtual Youth Alcohol Awareness Summit tomorrow. The goal is to provide information and education to everyone, especially minors and young adults, about the risks associated with alcohol consumption. A South St. Louis city man is facing life behind bars for the murder of his girlfriend. That sentence was handed down yesterday to 41-year-old Derek Smith in connection with the 2024 shooting death of 39-year-old Norma Riano at the couple's apartment on Alaska Avenue. Despite a government shutdown, St. Louis's Gateway Arch is open for a limited time to celebrate 60 years.
The Arch opened on Saturday and will remain open until Sunday, November 2nd, with support from several local partnerships. Explore St. Louis joins the Gateway Arch Park Foundation, the Arch Cafe, and the Regional Arts Commission of St. Louis to provide financial support. The Visitor Center will be open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, with 60th anniversary celebration occurring October 25th through 28th. Even with the shutdown, visitors will be able to walk through the museum, ride the tram to the top, shop at the store, and eat at the cafe. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
And travel company Exotica has released the results of a survey identifying the top outdoor spots to experience the fall colors. In Missouri, they are Riverview Park in Hannibal, followed by the Ruth and Paul Henning Conservation Area Overlook in Branson, and coming in third, the Ellis Porter Overlook in Jefferson City. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. St. Louis-based Schnucks Markets has closed its major deal for 51 stores in Wisconsin, acquiring 100% of the shares of Scogan's Festival Foods and Hometown Grocers. Festival has 42 stores, Hometown 9. The terms of the deal have not been disclosed. The markets are brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune into Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 218 points at 46,924. NASDAQ down 18 at 22,971. And the S&P 500 up 1 at 6,735. Now for sports and traffic, let's send it to Paul.
Steve, the Blues are home tonight against the LA Kings. The Kings have won just once so far in 6 tries this year. And hear from Eli Drinkwitz and Mike Kelly tonight on Tiger Talk. It all starts at 7 p.m. on your home for Mizzou, the Big 550 KTRS. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. Northbound 270 is jammed from Manchester to 64. Eastbound 64 bogs down at 170. Westbound 64 is congested from Kings Highway to Hampton, and southbound 55 is running slow from Gasconade to 4500 South Broadway. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Check out the Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account, a checklist checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. Online at neighborscu.org, federally insured by NCUA, membership eligibility required. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our forecast calls for clear skies overnight, a low in the mid-40s, sunny tomorrow with a high of 66. At 5:07, sunshine, 64 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
MIC. COU, Mizzou Live.
Mizzou Mondays Live is back at Westport Social this Monday night with a very special guest, the general manager of Mizzou basketball, Tim Fuller, as the Tigers prepare for the upcoming season. It all starts at 7 o'clock on the Big 550 KTRS. It's Mizzou Mondays Live from Westport Social on your home for the Tigers, the Big 550.
Let's go, you Tigers.
KTRS.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
How much do you know about the United Nations? Thant Mientu is an award-winning historian who has written a book about it and joins us to talk about what he learned writing Peacemaker. Thanks for making time for us this afternoon.
Thanks very much for having me.
So I know you really focus on one man that was very close to you, your grandfather. Tell us about him.
Yeah, he was the Secretary General of the UN, so the head of the UN in the 1960s, from 1961 to 71, and he had a remarkable story before that. He was born in a little town in Burma, which was then part of the British Empire, and he was a school teacher in this town without electricity, without running water, probably one of the only people who spoke English in that town. And at age 40, almost 40, he made a midlife career change, a decision to change his life. Within 10 years, he was living in New York, Midtown Manhattan, as Burma's ambassador to the UN, and within a few years, he became the only human being that President Kennedy and the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev could agree on during the height of the Cold War to head the UN. And he would lead the UN for another 10 years through major crises like the Cuban Missile Crisis, Six-Day War, Vietnam, and everything else.
Wow.
And I told the gang today that we were doing this interview, and I said, former Secretary General of the UN, and Bob, who is a baby boomer, he comes in and goes, "Oh, U Thant." And I'm like, how do you know that? I'm reading from the Daily Mail. Can you name the current Secretary General?
I can't name the current one.
Right.
but Grandpa, I can.
Yeah, the Daily Mail says that if you lived in the 60s, you could.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I know. It's an amazing, because, the UN back in the beginning was, it was America's project. Franklin Delano Roosevelt thought it up. It had tremendous popular support. And through the 60s and even later, the UN was on the front page of the newspapers and its Secretary General, practically every day. And it was there as a great success, actually, in many ways. It had failures as well, but many great successes. And we've kind of put it into this memory hole. We've forgotten all about that period of success. And I think at this time now, when we have so many wars, so many problems, we kind of have to go back and remember the ways in which it was successful and think about how we might want to use the UN in the future.
Talk about your grandfather as a person that it seems like, based on evidence, that everybody trusted him. Soviets, U.S., Israelis, Arabs. How does a guy become that trustworthy? What did he do to get into that position?
Well, it was a mix of things. One was just him. So he comes from this country, Burma, which was a neutral country in the Cold War, so it wasn't pro-U.S. or USSR, tried to be friends with everyone. But then when he arrived in New York, in his few years as the ambassador, he developed this. He was a very sociable guy. He was an extrovert. He liked to be around people. But he also developed a reputation as the person who got along with everyone. So he was from the third world, as it was called at that time, but he really wanted to get along with the Europeans, the British, and the French. He was best friends with the American diplomats, but he made sure he was okay with the Soviets as well. So I think it was in his nature. He wanted to be a bridge builder. But the other thing was the UN itself was that institution. It was created by men and women after World War II who twice in their adult lifetimes had seen 2 world wars kill 80 million people with a Great Depression in between. And they knew that in an atomic age, where we could all blow each other up, we had to have one place at least where everyone could talk and trust in one person who could be that kind of preeminent mediator or diplomat.
When you look at your grandfather's legacy, what really sticks out to you? What do you think was his kind of crowning moment?
I guess, one probably was the Cuban Missile Crisis. And, when we think of the Cuban Missile Crisis to the extent that we do, we think, well, it was President Kennedy. He was tough, skillful, and the Russians backed down eventually. And we know some stuff from movies and everything else. What we don't know is there was this guy, my grandfather, who was the mediator between the Americans and the Russians, who sent a whole series of public and secret messages that really made it possible for both Kennedy and Khrushchev to kind of climb down in their separate ways and come to a compromise. He even flew to Havana in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis to get Fidel Castro on side and make sure he wasn't a problem either. So I think diffusing the Cuban Missile Crisis and playing that really pivotal role when the world could have, blown up in 100 different ways, I think that was probably his most important achievement.
And you mentioned it after World War I, the League of Nations that Wilson created, it didn't get the job done. We still had another World War. People were ready to compromise on a global scale. The UN was created, and you tell stories of how it worked back then. What is the function of the UN, and is it doing that function today?
No, absolutely not. And I think there's a really complicated story, and I hope people read my book. And I think this, the seeds of the problems and it was there even by the time my grandfather left in the early 1970s. But I think if we, for a long time, actually, even through the late 80s and early 90s, the UN was still doing a lot of peacemaking and peacekeeping. I mean, it unraveled all these peace agreements, or not unraveled, but it actually engineered all these peace agreements and unraveled conflicts in all these countries, El Salvador, Namibia, Cambodia, all around. It's only in the last 20 years, I think it's kind of strayed from its core mission of making peace. And instead it delivers humanitarian assistance. It does some things that are quite good. It's become much more of a talk shop rather than really action-oriented. And I think, we still need, military alliances, all these things, NATO, everything else. They have their role, but I still think we need that one place in the world where everyone can meet, and we still need someone like a UN Secretary General who can make the peace. I think that should be a priority, actually, as we should all be much more worried now about another big war than we were even 5-10 years ago, that we have this at least on standby to use if we need.
Yeah. Who is in charge of the UN at this moment?
Well, the UN Secretary General is Antonio Guterres, who's from Portugal, former prime minister. He's been there for 10 years. And as you say, many people will not have heard of him. He doesn't have the high profile that my grandfather or some of the old Secretary Generals had in their day. But a new Secretary General will be appointed maybe in about 6 months. He has to be appointed over the coming year. And so it's a great opportunity for people to think about the UN, which we all set up, all the countries of the world, and what kind of person. It has to be, under the UN process, it has to be someone that the big powers will agree. So Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, they will all have to agree on this person. But it also has to be someone that the majority of the countries of the world agree on. It can be anyone in the world, man or woman, any age. So it's an interesting time to see how it goes, but I really hope it will be someone in that kind of peacemaking mode.
Like you said, the powers that be in the 60s respected your grandfather. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, both sides, the Americans and the Soviets, sent letters saying thank you to U Thant for cooperating with us and helping us get this deal done and averting nuclear holocaust. But there are such big personalities in the world right now. As you mentioned, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump. Do you think any one of these men could say, let's give it to a third party at the UN and let them hash it out?
It's not about giving up power. And, then there were big personalities, Charles de Gaulle, Nikita Khrushchev, Brezhnev, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson. I mean, these were all, Ho Chi Minh, Nehru, Mao Zedong. They were all big personalities as well. I think the thing is, it's not about giving up power. It's about having the awareness that sometimes you need a neutral intermediary, even just to get you out of a tough spot. So to give an example, I mean, even during the Cuban Missile Crisis, for Khrushchev, he had this ultimatum from Kennedy. But it was when my grandfather sent him a message saying, to suspend his shipment of missiles to Cuba and then start negotiations. we know now from secret documents and stuff that have been declassified that for the Russians, it was much easier to say yes to a UN Secretary General who was appealing on the for the cause of peace, in the cause of peace, for the Russians to take a step back than it was to respond to an American ultimatum. So sometimes you just need that other character to get you out of a tight corner. For Kennedy as well, there were many times his advisors were saying, invade Cuba today, don't wait till tomorrow. And we now know that would have been a catastrophe. And on many different meetings, we have the audio tapes, Kennedy said, we have to wait for U Thant's diplomacy. So Kennedy was also using U Thant to give himself the space and time to figure out exactly what to do.
And just a few short years later, based on the notes on your book, and I can't wait to get it, but the your grandfather stood by his principles, and when it comes to the Vietnam War, and knew that the government and the military-industrial complex weren't telling Americans the truth about Vietnam. And whereas everyone really liked and respected him early, he stood by his principles with the U.S. government regarding Vietnam.
Yeah, absolutely, because he was a friend of America. He really, he had so many American friends. He wanted America to be the friend of all these countries in the rest of the world rather than invading them or doing something else. And he said to Lyndon Johnson, if you send in troops, you're going to lose. You can't win that kind of a war. And the Vietnamese will sort out their own problems. They're not a threat to you or to anybody else. They don't want to be under the Chinese. They don't want to be under the Russians. If we just leave them alone and let them reunify, then that's it. I guarantee you they will not be a threat to America. But that went so much against the kind of consensus at that time in 1964. Right. And so all of his peace efforts on Vietnam came to nothing. And then when he started to publicly say some of these things, the Johnson White House became very upset. And I think that was the beginning of also Washington kind of turning against the UN because their own creation was now causing problems for the White House.
Fascinating.
We're talking to Thant Into, the author of Peacemaker, U Thant and the Forgotten Quest for a Just World. And you just kind of touched on that. Was that the beginning of the UN kind of losing a little of its luster? And what was kind of the next big thing?
Well, there were so many different successes in terms of peacemaking around that time, but then there were big problems in the Middle East. Then it was a tough issue that was becoming tougher by the late 60s. You had the 6-Day War and everything else. My grandfather tried to mediate, but then, at the end, by 1970-71, Richard Nixon becomes president, Henry Kissinger is his national security advisor. They start to marginalize the UN. They didn't agree with some of the things that my grandfather was saying at that time about how peace could come about. And so that was also another component in terms of, from the U.S. side to kind of push the UN a little bit to away from center stage. But I think the real thing is in the 90s. I think in the 90s, we started to see the benefits of, or we thought we saw the benefits of America kind of engaging in all these liberal interventions all around the world, right? So later in Iraq and Afghanistan and all these places. And in that kind of world where America was going to try to be the policeman of the world on its own and do all of these things, the UN wasn't really seen as necessary. That old vision of, how do we prevent World War III and everything else, that was kind of a distant memory. And so I think this forgetting of the UN has been a kind of a willful forgetting because it didn't really fit that kind of interventionist agenda that came up from the 1990s onwards.
It's kind of awkward when you start to split sides with the UN while you're hosting their campus on the east side of Manhattan. Why was New York decided in the first place?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story because, the Europeans, Europe was a wasteland after World War II, so no one thought it could be in Europe. So America was the obvious choice. Then the question is, where in America? Franklin Roosevelt actually thought it should be the northernmost island in Hawaii. I'm not even sure what the name of that little island is. And then he thought South Dakota. He had this idea that it should be in this one place in the Black Hills, far from civilization, and he said there are actually 2 good diners in that town and a really good river for trout fishing, and that could be enough for the UN folks. And then they looked at different cities, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Then the Rockefeller family, who were doing real estate development in Midtown Manhattan, like we have Rockefeller Plaza now, they bought the land the UN is on and gifted it to the UN. I think partly because they were also in favor of the UN, but also because they thought it'd be good for their real estate development all around there as well. So that's why it's in New York.
And then just to not to boil it down to oversimplification, but today's UN, if they were operating properly, they could be Putin's off-ramp in Ukraine. They could be Hamas's way out in Gaza if only they operated the way your grandfather ran things.
I think there's a lot of stuff that the UN does that's inefficient, that's not effective, that costs a lot of money. That's one story. I think the stuff that I'm talking about, the head of the UN, the Secretary General being the world's top diplomat, to try to at least try these things that you've just mentioned, and for many other little other conflicts as well, like in Sudan or in Myanmar or in Afghanistan, I think that doesn't really cost anything. It's about the person and maybe a team of 20, 30 people around him. That doesn't cost anything. So, I think we should look at how well the UN is doing on all these other kinds of issues on health and emergency assistance and everything, and make sure it's efficient. But then I think on this peacemaking role, just as you said, on the top issues, and also just to think about what could happen. What if there was, like during the Cuban Missile Crisis, this accidental kind of escalation in the Western Pacific between the U.S. and China? We were on the verge of a nuclear war, but we all wanted, I don't think anyone wants a nuclear war. How do we kind of back away from that? Then suddenly you need this person. So I think we have to kind of keep that person, again, on standby, and maybe having him or her in the future, work on all these other conflicts is also a way to burnish that person's reputation. So when we do have, the potential final conflict, we also have a prestigious Secretary General that we can use as well.
Thought me into. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us a bit of a history lesson and sharing stories about your grandfather. You can find Peacemaker, U Thant, and The Forgotten Quest for a Just World wherever books are sold. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We talked to Mitch Baden earlier about Men Wear Pink. And, of course, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Altair Travel is doing something super fun. Of course, they're a proud sponsor of KTRS Pink in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and they're partnering with one of their preferred suppliers, Alma Waterways. River cruising is so hot right now. It's been hot for a while, and I got to tell you, if you're listening thinking, it's for older people, I disagree. We have had so much fun. We've done 3 cruises with Alma Waterways and Altair, and every one of them have been fantastic because it's such a great way to load up your luggage. You unpack in your room, and then for the next 7-8 days, you wake up in another village or another city, and then you go explore it, and you come back on the ship, and you take off, and you can sit up on the top of it, and you can just watch as you cruise down one of the rivers, whether it's the Rhone or the Danube. It really is a fantastic way to see Europe. And right now, Altair and Alma Waterways are offering $100 off any new Alma Waterways River Cruise bookings through the end of October. So call Altair today to book your next river cruise at 314-968-9600. You can also go online to altairtravel.com.
Repairing chimneys, walkways, porches, foundations, entire homes, anything to do with brick or stone, you need a tuck pointer you can trust, and that, of course, is Morelli. Morelli is a family-run business started in 1991, and they're only as good as their last customer. That's why when you check out the reviews online at MorelliTuckPointing.com, you'll notice that they're actual customers who are singing the praises of Morelli. So if you need a tuck pointer, you need Morelli. 314-645-1387 or MorelliTuckPointing.com.
Truck drivers, don't miss out on the unmatched consistency of a Schneider driving job. At Schneider, you can find a driving position that fits your lifestyle and goals, all while getting the pay you deserve. Plus, Schneider drivers operate state-of-the-art, well-maintained equipment and have access to award-winning benefits and a 24/7 support team. Explore Schneider's huge selection of driving jobs today and find your perfect fit at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
Concerned about where your retirement is heading? Is it on track to meet your needs and goals? Are taxes and inflation a constant worry? Well, you can join Jerry Means for What Retirement Means to You, powered by Means Financial Group, and find out how their team can help guide you to that retirement you've always dreamed of. Listen to What Retirement Means to You with Jerry Means, Sunday mornings at 10 on KTRS, The Talk of St. Louis. More details at meansfinancialgroup.com.
COU, Mizzou Live.
Mizzou Mondays Live is back at Westport Social this Monday night with a very special guest, the general manager of Mizzou basketball, Tim Fuller, as the Tigers prepare for the upcoming season. It all starts at 7 o'clock on the Big 550 KTRS. It's Mizzou Mondays Live from Westport Social on your home for the Tigers, the Big 550.
Let's go, you Tigers.
KTRS. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Traveling around and want to take the Big 550 with you?
I just got back from the Caribbean. Every morning I'd get up, go for a walk on the top deck of the ship, listening to KTRS on the app.
Download the KTRS mobile app today and see how easy it is to listen.
What a great thing that is.
Anywhere worldwide.
The KTRS app is great, and I really enjoyed it.
The Big 550, keeping you informed from anywhere. Depend on it. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, this show is moving right along. Is traffic, Captain Paul?
Heidi, we have a problem in South City. Eastbound Gravois is closed past Hampton and Germania due to a crash. Elsewhere, eastbound 64 bogs down at McKnight but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 is congested from Kings Highway to Hampton. Southbound 55 is stop and go at times at 4500 South Broadway. And southbound 270 is heavy from Olive down to Manchester. Watch for debris on southbound 270 past 64 in the left lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Fielder Electric. See what everyone is saying about the pros at Fielder Electric. Whether it's a new build or a 100-year-old home, Fielder Electric has you covered. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. Another dry and chilly night, then sunny and cool afternoon on the way. We'll start off with 43 degrees for the low Wednesday morning. May see in some rural areas, outlying areas and valleys, a little bit of frost. Otherwise, sunshine and a high of 65. That's near normal, but it'll be cool, a little bit breezy, not as windy, though, as our Tuesday. And then Thursday's where we have light winds. That actually may aid in some more frost forming in the morning with a low of 42. Even in the suburbs, we could see that. Then a high of 64 with sunshine sunshine in the afternoon and light winds. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton for the Big 550 KTRS.
Now, imagine this. You are gathering at a funeral home. You are saying goodbye to a loved one, a pretty young loved one, 44-year-old man. And you get to the funeral home. You know, it's usually family first. And you go in to say your goodbyes. And you look down, and it is not your nephew. It is a different body.
You walked into the wrong place, or
Nope. They confused the bodies.
Oh, no.
As in the funeral home. This is a funeral home, Forest Lawn. They're being accused of neglect and emotional distress based on allegations that it presented the wrong body to the family of the late Joseph Espinoza at a service. Now, the uncle is the plaintiff, and he allegedly had a heart attack amid the confusion over the nephew's body. So it even gets worse.
Oh, man.
So the family is now seeking damages, but the aunt spoke to the CBS affiliate in L.A. That's where this is all happening. And I guess the memorial service at Forest Lawn, when his family entered the viewing room, was just shocked to find the incorrect body. It created chaos. And according to then the funeral home, they said that, you know, they were obviously very sorry. They had a lot going on, and they then searched and could not find
my God,
the correct body. It took over an hour for them to find the right body and then proceed with the funeral. To make a really bad situation
my goodness,
worse.
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer them because I'm just reading this article.
First one. Did they have the wrong body in the right casket? Because you know you got to buy the casket.
Oh, yeah. Could they just wheel the whole thing out?
And wheel somebody else
you guys
in?
may want to leave the room. We've got to switch the bodies.
We call it the old switcheroo.
Right. Now, the funeral home also says there was a mix-up regarding viewing times and who was going first, but still,
I'm not buying it.
I'm not either.
There's a lot going on at this funeral home. Here's my big question. They couldn't find
the body.
The body.
That's the most concerning part of the story.
How are these things stored when
You mean these bodies?
These bodies stored when they're at the funeral home.
Well, space is at a premium. You got to stack them up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is it like the morgue where they have the drawers? Or to Bob's point, are they already in the casket when they I'm just asking a lot of questions.
They're not. I don't think they're in the casket when they are being.
Are they embalmed?
All right, so you
worked on.
So you die at the hospital. They come and they take it to wherever the place is.
Yes.
That whatever funeral home you're using, and I know they can embalm them and get them ready,
and they fix the hair,
or send them to the. What do you call it?
The crematorium?
Crematorium.
Yeah.
To one of those two things, and then they'll come back to the funeral home.
Right.
So that's a lot of moving when you think about it.
Absolutely. You know, the St. Louis crematorium is right by our house. And I did a story there once. It got me into trouble because our news director at the time did not want me talking about dead bodies at 6 a.m. in the morning. But someone wanted to, it was a Hey Heidi. And they wanted to know if caskets could be reused or rented. And so I went to this crematorium to ask kind of how things worked. And you can, at least in certain situations.
Surely you don't put the casket in there with the body.
No, you're in a box.
You're in a box, like a cheap box.
Yeah.
I guess I should say.
This is morbid.
It is morbid.
I mean, it
but
is October 21st.
It's a part of life. The end, but it's still part of life.
And is it done there on site? Like in the basement?
You mean the crematorium?
No, all of at the funeral home.
The embalming?
The embalming.
Usually
the
not. I think
makeup,
some
the
places
hair.
may.
Yeah, I would say the hair and the makeup. I know, when my grandparents died, you took the clothes and the,
Oh my
there,
gosh! I knock on wood. I've just been so lucky to have such distance from this.
That's amazing.
Subject.
But yeah, you got to figure out, and then of course, afterwards, if they're not going to be buried in their wedding ring, if you're going to keep their jewelry, all of that then comes back to you. So there's a lot of decisions to be made as far as that goes. But this place
Did
really,
they find the guy though? They did find him.
Eventually, they found him. It just took over an hour.
They found a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Will this one do?
Yeah, kind of looks like him.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net, 636-916-1122.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Story Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Let's talk about legacy. Yingling, 196 years of brewing. Family owned for 6 generations. That's elite. That's first ballot Hall of Fame status. But even the legends evolve. So meet the next generation of light beer. Flight, just 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. This isn't some watered no flavor regret in a can beer. Flight is crisp, clean, and actually tastes like beer. It's time to level up, St. Louis. Flight from Yingling. DG Yingling & Sons, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Seeking a lead data analyst for St. Louis, Missouri to coordinate and lead data analytics tasks by defining, prioritizing, and setting timelines to deliver agricultural data insights and analytic requests. Requires masters in CS, applied mathematics, operations research or closely related quantitative field, and 3 years experience in agricultural, geospatial, and/or biotechnology industries. Will also accept bachelors in said fields and 5 years progressive post-bachelor's stated experience. Telecommuting permitted from home office location within reasonable commuting distance of St. Louis, Missouri, up to 3 days per week. Up to 5% U.S. travel required. Salary range. Employees can expect to be paid a salary between $120,000 to $135,000. Additional compensation may include a bonus or commission, if relevant. Additional benefits include healthcare, vision, dental, retirement, PTO, sick leave, etc. The offered salary may vary within this range based based on an applicant's location, market data ranges, an applicant's skills and prior relevant experience, certain degrees and certifications, and other relevant factors. Mail resume to Jill Martin, Climate LLC, 800 North Lindbergh Boulevard, E2NE, St. Louis, Missouri, 63167, or email resume to careers_climate_US@bear.com. Reference job code 851230.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Talk a little entertainment news. Former Today Show host and sportscaster Bryant Gumbel has been hospitalized following a medical emergency last night. That's according to TMZ. Apparently, he's still getting treatment, but a family member told TMZ he's okay, and they didn't share any other information. He's 77, in case you are wondering.
Wait, who is?
Bryant Gumbel.
Oh, Bryant Gumbel.
Yeah. Self-described lifelong Six Flags fan Travis Kelce has invested in the theme park company. It was announced earlier that he's working with a group of investors to help revive the brand. Travis said in a press release the chance to help make Six Flags special for the next generation is one he couldn't pass up.
Huh.
So that's kind of interesting.
That is interesting. Diversifying.
Miley Cyrus did an interview for Vogue France, and she opened up about her friendship with Beyonce. You know, they had a song together on Beyonce's last album, Cowboy Carter. She said Beyonce is the best, period. And then while she was talking about their joint performance during the Cowboy Carter tour, she talked about a gift that she received from Beyonce. She said, she gave me a bracelet that I never take off. And she goes, trust me, I know how to use it when I need to. If someone tells me I was wrong or I did this or that wrong, I say, well, you know what? It doesn't matter. Beyonce gave me this bracelet. Which is pretty funny.
That's conversation over.
Yeah, right? Mic drop. Yeah. Sometimes actors make a ton of money for doing just about nothing. I've got this crazy list. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ving Rhames made a reported $7.7 million for what amounted to a 39-second cameo in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. It was like
39 seconds.
It was a cameo. That's exactly right.
$7.7 million.
They knew they were going to make money.
Well, that's kind of like Godfather 2. They paid James Caan a bunch of money just to come in and do that last scene. But which was a flashback, Heidi, because he gets murdered in the first
Yes.
one.
I've seen Godfather 1 and 2.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think it was $7 million.
Right. Well, it was a different time.
Well, it's like in Godfather 3, they should have paid Robert Duvall, and they didn't pay him, so he wouldn't be in it, and it really hurt the movie.
That's a good point.
I don't think that's the only thing that hurt the movie.
Sources say Samuel L. Jackson made around $2 to $3 million for the Marvel movies, even when he was just in a single end credit scene.
Oh, at the end of the after the credits roll, and he pops in for
$2 to $3 million.
Yeah, like 20 seconds.
Good for him. Oh, good for him.
Michael Keaton was paid $2 million for a cameo in the Batgirl movie that never even got released.
No.
Yeah.
But, you know, you still make it, and then I wonder how bad that movie is. Sean Connery got $250,000 for a single day of filming Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Right at the end. Yeah.
Jared Leto got $7 million for Suicide Squad, which meant he earned $1 million for every minute of screen time.
Come on.
I know.
Boy.
Meryl Streep was paid $3 million for 5 minutes of screen time in Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. And Robert Downey Jr. got $10 million for 8 minutes of screen time in Spider-Man Homecoming. Is that not just crazy money?
Good for them.
Yeah, good for them. Now, this is also crazy. Ashton Kutcher says he's lost out on roles because he's too good looking.
Well, that's like, what's her name? The actress.
Does he name any of these
No,
roles?
but it's like, come on. Who says that?
Charlize Theron in Monster. She played Eileen Wuornos.
I was going to say, you can make anyone ugly if you can make Charlize Theron ugly.
Right?
Yes.
J'adore.
J'adore. Man. Jelly Roll has plans to transform his Tennessee property into a 100-acre rehabilitation and mental health campus. He said, imagine a place for people like us, poor kids, down bad when life was kicking our butt, and now think about the resources we never had. We could change lives. He went on to say that the facility will offer a full range of treatment from 12-step programs to intensive mental health therapy and holistic care.
You know more about him than I do, but he sure seems like a good person.
And I saw
seems
this,
like it.
Saw the story. It's free of charge for the guests that stay there, but with medical costs being what they are these days.
Oh, mental health costs through the roof.
Rehab. I don't know how long he's going to be able to keep this open if it's just his money.
Well, he's made quite a bit, and
he's doing fine.
He's got friends now that will
let's hope
probably,
so.
and they see his, transformation. I'm sure he'll be a big advocate as far as that goes. He's lost 200 pounds now.
Yeah.
Which is also
see what he looks like.
Pretty amazing. George Strait just announced a one-night-only show next year at Clemson University's Memorial Stadium. It's the first concert at the stadium since 1999.
That's
it's going to take
weird.
place on May 2nd. This is crazy, and I've read it 3 or 4 different places, so I think it's true. Disney and Hulu cancellations doubled amid the Jimmy Kimmel suspension chaos. And I know probably 5 people that got rid of theirs, so that's nuts.
That is odd, yeah.
Isn't it?
But he's back.
I know, but I don't. Do you go ahead and get it back, or are you still angry? I don't know.
Where else are you going to go?
Speaking of, Hulu has given the green light to a Prison Break reboot. Was Prison Break that good the first time around?
People loved it.
I watched the first few episodes. I thought it was okay.
Okay.
It was one of those shows, oh, this isn't bad, but it's just not hooked me.
Yeah.
But it was very popular.
And then one more. Joe Walsh and Zach Brown are going to be mentors on The Voice later this season.
Joe
so
Walsh is
that'll be good,
Such
won't
a
it?
weird guy.
Yeah.
Weird in a funny way.
In a funny way.
It'll be interesting to see.
Did you ever see
I
him
think
when he
so.
was on Drew Carey's show?
No.
He was one of the guys in his band.
And it was just Joe Walsh.
Being Joe Walsh. All right, birthdays.
Okay. Here he's kind of the hot thing right now. Was in Chad Powers, The Running Man, Top Gun Maverick, Glenn Powell.
He is.
Oh.
He's everywhere now.
Is that show going to be good? The one where he plays the football
I can't
player
imagine.
with the fake prosthetics?
It doesn't seem like
no,
it.
I don't
looks
think
really
so.
dumb.
Yes, I would agree. Is he 37?
8.
37.
Bang, 37.
Yeah.
Boy, you nailed it. Okay, I think Heidi's got an edge here.
Oh, every time you say that, I mess it up.
Go-Go's guitarist who wrote We Got the Beat.
Jane Wideland?
Charlotte
Wideland?
Caffey.
Oh, Charlotte.
How old is Charlotte Caffey?
They've got to be 63.
64.
72.
Whoa!
We talk about this gentleman all the time, especially when Jordana is on with us. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, today's his birthday.
Today. How about that?
Wow, I'm going to say he's 77.
75.
Right in the middle. It's a tie, 76.
Okay.
And finally, Judge Judy Scheinlin.
Oh, she looks good. I'm going to say she's
no.
83.
88.
What did you say, Heidi?
83.
Bang.
That's 2
Got
for
it.
today.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That's
All
your
right.
evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Belinda Carlisle is only 67 years old.
Okay.
So there's a
So
range.
5 years.
5 years younger.
Yeah. I mean, I saw them.
They are so much fun.
Oh, they were great. I saw them at the casino with Lumiere back probably 15 years ago, and it was so much fun.
Their VH1 Behind the Music was more racy than the guys were.
Well, duh.
Yeah, and I interviewed them in 1985, spring of 85, and they're all so tiny. They're little tiny ladies.
Oh, my
But
gosh.
they were great interviews, and it was really fun. Yeah.
Wow, that's a good one. We need to pull that one up. I'll tell you what else is good. When it comes to redoing your house, Dalco Home Remodeling. That's who you need to turn to. They custom make doors and windows, and they do it in the Show Me State. They also can do siding. They can do roofs. They can even redo a complete bathroom if that's what you're looking for. But if you're looking at your windows right now and you think, it's going to be time to replace those. But you're not really ready to pull the trigger yet? Well, 2025 is your last chance to grab a $600 tax credit on new windows. So don't dilly-dally. If you know you're going to have to replace them next year, go ahead and save money with Dalco Home Remodeling. Dalco and Target Windows and Doors are also offering an additional $60 per Elite Series window up to 10 windows. And better yet, 0% financing for 18 months. Now, this promotion ends middle of November, and your windows have to be installed by December 31st. So again, call Dalco Home Remodeling now, 314-648-8113. You can learn more about this deal online at DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. It's about 7 minutes before 6 o'clock. Captain Paul, are things cleared up or still kind of causing problems?
Well, we still have that problem in South City. Eastbound Gravois is closed past Hampton and Germania due to a crash. Otherwise, eastbound 64 bogs down at McKnight but opens up at Big Bend. Westbound 64 is congested from Kings Highway to Hampton, and southbound 55 is running slow at 4500 South Broadway. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no-obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
Every day another adventure. Our greatest discoveries come when we stop searching. Beneath the endless sky, away from the stress of work, the answer to the ancient Zen mystery, the sound of one hand clapping. Take a trip in an RV from Byerly in Eureka.
For the rest of your life, you gotta be there. Byerly RV.
It's Sarah Haynes from The View. Today, stronger immunity and better nutrition are more important than ever. That's why Eggland's Best gives you and your family more. Compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best provides 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, all helping you to maintain a strong immune system and better overall health. Plus, you get all that farm-fresh, delicious taste. These are no ordinary times, so why choose an ordinary egg? Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset? Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella Windows specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, let's wrap this show up with a couple randoms.
A group of parrots is called a pandemonium. Pandemonium of parrots.
Somebody was being funny.
Bob, a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance.
No, is that right?
That's 100% true.
All right.
Is that a flamboyance?
I believe it is. Look.
How about that?
You can't top that, so let's call it a day. You guys, Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully, you'll meet us right back here starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. And until then, see if it can put a smile on somebody's face.
Hey, it's John Carney. A lot of conversations with the folks over at Allen Roofing, pretty much asking advice because I know a lot of people got smacked by that storm, and he had some great advice for people to think about. First off, be careful of who you talk to when you're going to get some work done. Make sure there's an agreement and the scope of work is laid out in that contract. Also, as you can imagine, a lot of contractors are busy. Give them some time. And you know what? Allen Roofing will come put a tarp on your roof at no charge, even if you don't use them when you get the roof repaired. Also, check the Better Business Bureau, see what the reviews are for contractors that you deal with. And also remember, insurance companies allow up to an entire year from the date of loss to file a claim. So you've got time to get those repairs done and that replacement done. Don't rush it. Just a few tips from the people that know roofing and repairs better than anyone. It's Allen Roofing, online at aroofing.net.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
Economical.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Mizzou football.
The rushing touchdown, and Missouri extends the lead.
KTRS AM, FM 1061, K291CW St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. President Trump is suing his own Justice Department, demanding $230 million for past cases against him, including the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election and the classified documents case.
We have numerous cases having to do with the fraud of the election, the 2020 election, and because of everything that we found out, I guess they owe me a lot of money.
It would be up to Trump's hand-picked DOJ officials to defend against the president's lawsuit. Late today, federal officials, including ICE, launching a crackdown in New York City, sweeping through Canal Street in lower Manhattan, chaos erupting, traffic coming to a halt, multiple people detained. It comes amid a heavy federal presence in cities across the country, from New York to Chicago to Los Angeles, where today there was an ICE-involved shooting that left an undocumented immigrant and law enforcement officer wounded. It happened during a targeted enforcement traffic stop in L.A.
Federal agents still investigating the scene. DHS officials say the suspect tried to get away, perhaps tried to ram into law enforcement vehicles. At some point, law enforcement opened fire on the suspect. The suspect was shot. He is in stable condition at a hospital, but a federal law enforcement official, U.S. Marshals, was also hit. We understand he was injured in the finger, also taken to the hospital.
ABC's Matt Gutman. Police say a man pardoned for his actions on January 6th is under arrest after allegedly threatening to kill House Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. New York State Police say 34-year-old Christopher Moynihan is charged with making a terroristic threat. He's set to make his first court appearance Thursday. Jeffries responding, saying he's grateful to law enforcement. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson also reacting, blaming the left for promoting a, quote, assassination culture.
I will tell you this. The violence on the left is far more prevalent than the violence on the right.
In response, Jeffries told Johnson to, quote, get lost. You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Demolition is underway at the White House to make way for a ballroom President Trump says is paid for with private donations. ABC's Rachel Scott has more from Washington.
The president once promised the project would not interfere with the current structure of the White House.
It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite.
But bulldozers ripped away portions of the East Wing yesterday.
A big entertainment company is hinting that it might be open to a buyout. ABC's Sherry Preston reports.
Warner Brothers Discovery had wanted to split its holdings, including HBO, HBO Max, Warner Brothers TV, and Motion Picture Group, CNN, Discovery, and TNT into two separate companies, one focusing on streaming and the other on cable. Now the entertainment behemoth confirms it's gotten buyout offers and would be open to selling the entire company. Possible buyers are said to include Paramount, Comcast, and Netflix.
OpenAI is introducing its own web browser called Atlas to compete with Google Chrome, which has about 3 billion users. Atlas comes out as more users rely on AI for answers to internet searches. Google Chrome has already added AI features from Google's Gemini technology. Atlas launched Tuesday on Apple laptops and will later come to Microsoft's Windows, Apple's iOS phone operating system, and Google's Android phone system. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
I'm Steve Potter with KTRS News. SNAP recipients in Missouri are being warned about potential benefit losses. The Missouri Department of Social Services sent out a warning yesterday that it will not be able to fund November SNAP benefits if the federal government shutdown continues. More than 667,000 Missourians received SNAP benefits last month. Coming up in November, 12 locations in St. Louis will serve as collection sites for Operation Christmas Child, a worldwide project by the Samaritan's Purse organization. On the Frank and Jill Show, St. Louis Area Christmas Child Coordinator Vicki Stamps said donation time will be here soon, and she describes the effort as a way to make a tangible difference in the life of a child facing difficult times.
Well, this is great because what we do is pack shoe boxes. We want to make those shoe boxes fun, full, and personalized. The fun comes from putting in toys and a wow gift. What we say is a wow gift. When they open that shoebox, they are just real excited about it.
Donations will be accepted in the St. Louis region from November 17th through the 24th. More information at SamaritansPurse.org. Ram settlement money is on the agenda at tonight's St. Louis County Council meeting, and Illinois State Senator Erica Harris of Glen Carbon is holding a First Responders Appreciation event on Thursday at her Edwardsville office. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. It's day 2 of negotiations for Boeing and striking machinists with a federal mediator. This is the longest that talks have gone on since the strike began in August. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune into Straight Talk and Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 218 points, NASDAQ down 18, and the S&P 500 up 1. Sunny tomorrow with a high of 66. Steve Potter, KTRS News.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550. KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening and welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. Got a great program lined up for you. We're going to talk about one of the biggest sporting events coming to St. Louis, the BMW Championships with Vince Pellegrino, who's with the Western Golf Association. We'll talk NFL football with Howard Balzer, but we begin in style with a legend in the SEC. He is Mr. College Football. He is Tony Barnhart. Tony, good to be with you. How are you, sir?
It is all good. I just can't believe it's the 9th Saturday of the college football season.
Boy, it has flown by. And I'm wondering, kind of an overview, is because of NIL and everybody having the ability to buy players, is that the reason why there is so much parity and you're still not certain? Well, you may know who the best 2 or 3 teams are, but you're still not that certain about who is going to be really good?
Sure, I think it's a combination of that and the transfer portal, which makes it easy to leave. So, yeah, there's no question that the great players are more spread around than they used to be. And that makes what has happened at a place like Vanderbilt possible.
Yeah, let's get to Vandy and Mizzou. We all care about that the most here in St. Louis. What's your take on this game, Saturday, Nashville?
I think it's going to come down to the wire. It's very, very, very close. To me, it's going to come down to, quite honestly, whose quarterback plays the best. Right now, I think that Diego Pavia is a very, very special. Obviously, Pribula has done well, but I think Diego Pavia gives Vanderbilt a slight edge in this game.
Tell our listening audience a little bit about Clark Lee and what makes him tick. Why has he had this nice run in Nashville?
Clark Lee did something that very few coaches ever do when things aren't going well. He sat down and took a very hard look at his roster. And he said, you know what? We are not big enough. We're not fast enough. We're not athletic enough. We have got to redo this roster. And we don't have enough seniors. We don't have enough experience. And so he did that. And then he goes out and he finds Diego Pavia. He not only brought in Diego Pavia, who was his conference player of the year, he brought in his head coach, Jerry Kill, and his offensive coordinator. They all came as a package deal, and it has worked from day one. 13 wins in the last 2 years at Vanderbilt, which is unheard of.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Kill because we're familiar with him from that incredible run he had at a school that hasn't won a lot of games over the years, SIU Carbondale. He has one of the better minds in college football. He's always won. He won at New Mexico State, too.
Yep, he did. He won New Mexico State where he had Diego Pavia. And, he has quite a personal story. And so it was not surprising when he was hired by Clark Lee that they were going to be successful because they had what they needed, and it all starts in college football. It all starts with the quarterback.
Okay, let's talk about Eli Drinkwitz, who's done a marvelous job here in Columbia, and everybody in St. Louis concerned about openings in college football. Well, do you think that he'll be Florida's first choice, or do you think that Auburn will ask him, or Penn State? What do you see with Coach?
Well, I'm the last guy to speculate about who's going to be the next coach. All I know is Coach Drink has done a tremendous job at Missouri to put together the seasons they have put together. His teams are very well coached. You can see that when you watch them play. And so he could do any of these jobs we're talking about. The question is, it's clear that Missouri has made a commitment to football when you look at the facilities and what they've done. The question is, what makes sense for him in this time in his life, his career?
Yeah. All right, let's get to some other SEC thoughts. How about this run Alabama is on? 4 victories in a row against top 20 opponents who, when they're not playing Alabama, are combined 23-1. Is this, one of the 2 or 3 best teams in America right now?
There is no question they're one of the best 2 or 3 teams in America. They have gotten, ever since the opening loss at Florida State, none of us can explain it away. There's no need to try to explain it away. It just happened. But since then, they've gotten better and better and better as Ty Simpson, their quarterback, has gotten better each week. And now you can make the case, with all due respect to Ohio State and Indiana and all this, Alabama is one of the most complete teams in all of college football. And it's going to be a tremendous run down the stretch.
Speaking of run, it's interesting because it's an Alabama team that really has not run the ball well. They're relying on that sophisticated passing game. That's odd for them.
It is odd for them, and if you talk to the Alabama faithful, they are afraid that at some point it's going to catch up to them. But at the end, but they have already beaten Georgia, and their loss is to Florida State, a non-conference game. And so, I think Alabama may be the best team in the country.
Mr. College Football, Tony Barnhart, with us on the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. Equally as odd is Georgia now has the identity of being a great offensive team. They're not winning with their great defense, but rather with Gunnar Stockton and a high-powered attack.
Well, the Georgia people I talked to were very concerned about this defense. Well, because the standard they put it up against are those 21 and 22 teams that are full of NFL draft choices. But Gunnar Stockton, everybody was skeptical about him, but he has been a phenomenal player, has a lot of support on the team. And so, listen, the way they beat Ole Miss was textbook. I mean, they trailed 5 different times during the course of that game, and each time they came back, and finally they took the lead finally in the fourth quarter, and they got 2 defensive stops. That was just old-fashioned football, and Georgia's been very impressive.
I know we got a lot of football left, but Tony, look in your crystal ball. SEC teams in the college football playoff, gut feel.
5. I've got 5 right now, and that's with Ole Miss and Tennessee getting left out. Or Ole Miss gets in, Tennessee gets left out. But I have 5, and I got 3 for the Big Ten, and that's not going to make them very happy.
So with that 5, do you include like either Mizzou or Vandy, one of those 2?
Exactly. That's why I think this game Saturday could be for an at-large playoff. If you don't win obviously if you win the conference, you're in. But if you don't win the conference, a game like this is one of the things that separates those last 4 or 5 playoff spots.
So some are saying here in St. Louis, well, if you lose to Vandy but you beat Texas A&M, you'd be okay, but not really, because if only Mizzou or Vandy, one of the 2 gets in, and Vandy has the head-to-head, then they would get in ahead of Missouri, obviously.
Yes, that's exactly right, and it's going to be an incredible November. I can tell you that, because the SEC's basically, I think they're going to get 5 teams in. They've got 6, 7 teams that could get in. So every one of these games down the stretch is going to be important.
Okay, what about the crazy ACC, especially Florida State after that huge victory against Alabama, and now 0-4 in that conference?
Brutal. They could have played their way back in, and then to get beat. I don't know what's happened with Florida State, but now all of a sudden, don't take your eye off of Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's 7-0 for the first time since 1966, when Bobby Dodd was coaching his final season, and the question is the ACC going to get in 2, or are they only going to get in 1? And would that be the winner of the ACC championship?
Give our listening audience a little idea on the job that Curt Cignetti has done at Indiana, how he's doing it. What do you know about him?
I was given a speech in the preseason, and I said, who is going to be this year's Indiana? As it turns out, it's Indiana. I'm just like everybody else. Well, I'll blame myself. I didn't think they could do it 2 years in a row. I said they had a great season. Curt Cignetti is a really good football coach, and they had a great season last year because they're well coached and they had a good schedule. Well, they still got a pretty good schedule, and they're capable of. And they don't play Ohio State. How about that? Unless they meet the Big Ten championship game. So Curt Cignetti's done a great job. And oh, by the way, he was paid very handsomely for what he has done. So it's amazing. Not long ago, he was making $200,000 as a coordinator, and now he's making $11 million. I mean, is this a great country or what?
I want to ask you about Notre Dame. They have a star player by the name of Jeremiah Love, who's from St. Louis. We covered him a lot in high school. Has this monster game on Saturday with over 240 total yards. What about the Fighting Irish and their college football playoff chances?
If they're going to get into the playoffs, it's going to be because Jeremiah Love put him on his back and carried him. They've been playing inconsistent, but look, they've got 2 losses. It's still going to be a stretch for them to get in. Obviously, if they lose again, they're out of the playoffs for sure. And so, but you got it when you watch Jeremiah Love play. Oh man, this dude is for real. It takes more than one person to get him down.
Okay, what about what's happening at UCLA when the program looked like they were completely dead and now all of a sudden smoking hot?
It's amazing. It's one of the great comebacks, obviously. Rick Neuheisel is a longtime friend of mine, and I'm so happy for him, his son Jerry, who took over and got that first big win. I mean, that's great. So yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be, they could pull another big upset.
Okay, and before we let you go, as we speak, Indiana's Fernando Mendoza is the favorite to win the Heisman. And all of a sudden we have Ty Simpson and even Julian Sayin is up there. How do you see that? And I know you're a Heisman Trophy voter, Tony.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch how it all plays out. And don't forget Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
If they were to win and if they reel off a 10-2 season, when all this and somehow put themselves in a position to go to the playoffs, Pavia is going to get. But plus, it's just a great, compelling story, and I think people who vote on the Heisman do look at the story that's going to be told, and this is unprecedented when you're talking about the fact that we're actually having a serious discussion about Vanderbilt being in the college football playoff.
This is your 50th and final year. Are you starting to be conscious of, hey, this will be the last time I'll be at this stadium, or this will be the last time I cover this game?
Well, I was at Texas A&M last weekend where I took part in my first ever midnight yell with the cadets, 35,000 strong at Kyle Field on midnight for the game. And I said I probably won't be coming back to do this one. So that was, those kind of things have started to crop up, and it's going to be fun down the stretch. I've still got a lot of, when the season's over, I've still got a lot. I got to write. I've been gathering my material for the book. I got to sit down and start doing some writing. Okay.
Quit doing these radio shows with Frank Cusimano. That's what you should do. Hey,
absolutely.
Tony, it's an honor to have you on the program. Congrats again on an unbelievable career.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right. Tony Barnhart joining us on the Control Option Press Box. NFL Conversation with H. Balzer next.
When you send a text to the Big 550, do you wonder if we see all of them?
Of course we do.
We do pay attention and love your interaction on the Big 550 text line at 84126.
Don't like something? Love something? Just let us know.
Thanks for being a part of the KTRS family. And keep the text coming. We are the Big 550, the talk and text of St. Louis.
Lombardo's family of restaurants features 3 of the best restaurants in St. Louis. Carmine's Steakhouse in the Drury Plaza between the Gateway Arch and the ballpark, featuring prime steaks aged 30 to 45 days. Lombardo's Trattoria, located directly under the wheel at Union Station, featuring handmade calzones, veal chops, and award-winning toasted ravioli. And Lombardo's Restaurant, located across from Lambert Airport, features the same award-winning toasted ravioli and hearty pastas. For hours and directions, go to lombardosrestaurant.com.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
Don't miss the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series and Friday night's Midnight Madness with Fall Festival and Halloween themes, including a track or treat event. Be sure to wear your best costume.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to WWTRaceway.com.
Do you know why right now is the absolute best time to book your new patio or deck with my friends at Outdoor Living? Aside from being the best in town, these guys are really smart. They pay attention to market conditions, and they've stocked up on patio and deck supplies, including steel, all before these tariffs kicked in. So while their competitors' pricing has gone through the roof, prices have never been better at Outdoor Living. Now is the best time to call and book your summer job. Not to mention, these same competitors have sold out to large conglomerates and hedge funds. Pat Leahy and his team remain locally owned and operated, providing the best pricing and the best service in town. So, looking for a new deck or a new fence or anything outdoor? Outdoor Living, 314-966-DECK. That's 314-966-DECK. Or check them out online, Outdoor Living Inc., or check out their great showroom, Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, OutdoorLivingInc.com.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture and Mattress, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. We offer the largest selection of Amish-made furniture in the St. Louis area, plus quality living room furniture from Flex Steel and Smith Brothers. We carry top-quality mattresses from world-famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Chatham & Wells. Shop our Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, and Ellisville showrooms. At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the Control Option Mindset featuring the Lifetime and Generational Income Maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at the Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
This is the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Welcome back to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. On Tuesdays, we talk with Howard Balzer on the NFL. H, good to be with you. How are you?
Doing well, Frank. How are you?
Very good. Some interesting Monday night games last night. This Gibbs for Detroit, he is just so special. I mean, it seems like almost every time he touches the ball, and you can't say that about anybody, I don't think, in the league except him, you feel like, boy, he could go the distance. I know that Jonathan Taylor is probably the most valuable running back this season so far, but this Gibbs is insane. 218 yards last night.
It really is impressive to see, and it's interesting, Frank, because every week the Lions talk about needing to get the ball in David Montgomery's hands more, and then Gibbs does what he does, and it kind of helps limit how many times they give the ball to Montgomery, and that just shows how talented they are at that position. And so explosive, obviously, it's an overused word in the NFL, but it certainly applies to him. You know, a lot of productive running backs. You mentioned Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, obviously, but Gibbs is just phenomenal. But once again, Frank, it shows how all this narrative over the last, whatever it is, 5-10 years, the running game is passé and all that. Well, when you look at most of the time, when you look at the top teams, they also have the ability to run the ball, which also helps them pass it.
All right, let's talk about passing it and Bo Nix doing something never done in the NFL, a quarterback in the fourth quarter with 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns. They score 33 in one of the most miraculous comebacks in recent NFL history.
Crazy fourth quarter, 33 points in the quarter. And here's the amazing number, Frank. Up until their last 5 possessions, the Broncos had the ball 8 times and only gained 116 yards on 42 plays. In those last 5 possessions, 4 of them in the fourth quarter. The 5th one ended in the fourth quarter, but started in the third. 35 plays for 291 yards. Just unbelievable. And yet, the win probably doesn't happen unless Jackson Dart has a really bad interception and the kicker misses an extra point, which ends up being the difference, and missed an extra point earlier in the game. But, Bo Nix just, continuing to play well, one of those second-year quarterbacks that is helping their teams achieve, just like Drake May in New England. So it's very, very, very fascinating to see.
All right, let's talk coaches, both in the same division. Let's begin with Kyle Shanahan, who now has 4 wins out of Mac Jones. Now, I know Mac Jones is not a complete stiff, but it didn't go well for him in New England, and he's winning football games. The stats are not glistening, but, man, 4 wins from a backup quarterback, that's serious business.
It really is. And what's interesting, Frank, is that this was the guy everybody expected the 49ers to draft several years ago at 3rd overall, but instead they took Trey Lance. And Kyle Shanahan has admitted that Jones was his guy, but he just had too much time to think about it and consider and evaluate and all that. And they started seeing all the other things that Lance could potentially do, like running and the athletic ability. And so they switched to him. And here he is with the 49ers and doing well on a team that has had a lot of injuries, but but he's been a key after Brock Purdy got hurt of being able to win games. And by the way, Frank, those close games that I like to talk about a lot, the 49ers are 4-1 in 1-score games. And so that's a big reason why they are where they are right now with, tied for the second best. Tied for the first best record in the NFC at 5-2.
So if he's not the best coach in the division, then Sean McVay is. And I just love what he's getting out of Matthew Stafford. When you think about he's 37, there were doubts if he was even going to be ready to come out of the gates this season. And now he's sitting there with 17 touchdowns and 2 picks. And I love the game plan on Sunday morning. You thought, well, they don't have Nakua. They're just going to run the ball. And he throws 5 touchdown passes.
Yeah, exactly. And so, the one thing, Frank, we have to admit in the last decade since the Rams left St. Louis is that they've made the key moves around the quarterback and at other spots on the roster to keep them competitive, especially on the offensive line. But the big thing in the receiver corps is they add Devontae Adams, and then they're able to, continue to throw the ball with Nakua still there. And obviously Stafford can throw it around. But the big thing is the offensive line. If you really look back and see what the Rams have achieved over the last number of years, that one bad year after the Super Bowl, their offensive line was just awful. They had so many injuries. They just couldn't, they couldn't keep it together. They tried to keep it together with Band-Aids, and it didn't work. And I think they won 5 games for that season. But the offensive line has been put back together, and that helps that offense do what it can do, and it helps Sean McVay be able to call the game he wants to because of how well the offensive line is playing.
Reports of the Chiefs' demise, greatly exaggerated. What a performance. They're a whole different ball club with Rashee Rice back.
No doubt about it. And, the first 2 games of the season, they lost those 1-score games where they entered the NFL, or they entered this season with a crazy streak of having won 17 consecutive one-score games. Well, they lost 2 to begin the year, and since then they're obviously 4-1. And so getting Xavier Worthy back after he got hurt very early in game 1. This last game, they got Rashee Rice, the wide receiver, back from his suspension. That's helped uplifted the offense. And you know me, Frank, anytime I talk about the Chiefs, I can't overlook talking about Steve Spagnuolo, who just continues to have that defense play at a high level. And when the offense was struggling at times, the defense helped them stay in games and be able to win a lot of close ones.
Before we let you go, a quick thought on another tough loss for your Arizona Cardinals.
It's just mind-boggling. I wrote this week, Frank, on Cards Wire, where I write Cardinals content. I wrote that because everybody's going crazy. They think, they have to blow this thing up again, even though they're playing all these teams tough. 5 consecutive losses by a total of 13 points. 4 of the losses are to teams that are right now have 20 wins, 6 losses, and a tie. And those 4 games have lost by a total of 12 points. So what I wrote, though, was I think what Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, has to do now that the team's on the bye this week, he has to have a team screening of the movie Groundhog Day and to somehow psychologically bring this team out of this hole they've dug, but where you almost have to wonder if you get into the fourth quarter and things start to go bad and then you can't help it and you're saying, here we go again. And when you start thinking, here we go again, guess what? Here we go again happens. And it's just hard to believe that a team could have every single game of their season decided by one-score game, one-score game. That hasn't no other team can say that, and they're experiencing it obviously right now, where everything just goes wrong in the fourth quarter.
Oh, and Jacoby Brissett, who was really good, by the way, was outstanding in 25 of 36, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Was it true that he was just about to become a teacher?
I'm not. I haven't heard that one. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I haven't heard that one. I mean, he's been in the NFL all along, and he's kind of accepted his role as a backup.
Okay.
I believe the Cardinals right now are either his 3rd or his 4th team in that many years. But the guy's always shown he can play. He hasn't shown a lot of times that they'll win games when he plays for long stretches of time. But he plays solid football. There's no doubt about that. And he's in these last 2 games where Kyler Murray hasn't played, and they played 2 of the better teams in the NFL in Green Bay and Indianapolis, and they've been right there at the end. But just like the other games, they've had opportunities not only on defense but with the offense with the ball at the end of a game, having a chance to score and go ahead. And even with Jacoby Brissett, they haven't been able to do it because something breaks down. It's never one person, but something breaks down that keeps them from making those key plays to win games.
Okay. H, I appreciate it. I thought I heard on the broadcast that he was considering that maybe as his next career. Maybe he wasn't that close to it. But great info as usual. We will talk next Tuesday, H. We really appreciate it, sir.
Sounds good, Frank. Take care.
All right. Howard Balzer joining us on the Control Option Press Box. We will take a short time out, and we're talking golf when we come back.
When you send a text to the Big 550, do you wonder if we see all of them?
Of course we do.
We do pay attention and love your interaction on the Big 550 text line at 84126.
Don't like something? Love something? Just let us know.
Thanks for being a part of the KTRS family. And keep the text coming. We are the Big 550, the talk and text of St. Louis.
All right, fall and winter is upon us, and so now you got to close the window to keep the heat in, and that window is a sieve. It doesn't work, it doesn't lock, it rattles around in the wind. That means it's time to talk to my friend and neighbor, Larry Thornton, the owner of the window store. He has been a proud owner of that store for 37 years. His son, Joe, and Larry work together to bring you the best in price, selection, and customer service. That's right. They go up against the big boys, and they beat them every single time because they're better price, better selection, customer service is fantastic. They don't stand in the middle of your living room and demand that you buy. They do most of their work with a handshake and a smile. They love to talk to you, and they'll have to sell you a window or a door. Better pricing, better company, The Window Store. 314-739-0002 or WSWindow.net.
Mizzou basketball on the Big 550 KTRS is powered by Graybar. This Friday night, Mizzou opens up the season against Kansas State at 9 p.m. Pregame begins at 8:30 p.m. Catch all the action right here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Presented by Graybar for all your electrical and datacom solutions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get a great deal on versatile Kubota equipment today, like the Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor, the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S., Z-Series mowers, and Sidekick utility vehicles. Stop by your local Kubota dealer today. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment with 0% financing available or save up to $4,500. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Oakville Equipment for a test drive to see their full line of Kubota tractors. You can also visit them at oakvilleequipment.com.
This is the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Frank Cusimano with you till 7 o'clock. One of the biggest sporting events of the decade is coming to St. Louis at Belle Reve Country Club next August 18th through the 23rd. Joining us now to discuss it is Vince Pellegrino, Senior Vice President, Tournaments, Western Golf Association. Vince, good to be with you. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm doing great. Really looking forward to next summer down in St. Louis.
Yeah, we are so excited about it. Why St. Louis? How did they get this incredible tournament?
Well, St. Louis just has, in Belle Reve specifically, just has an incredible reputation of hosting championships. They've hosted some really, really impressive championships in years past. The U.S. Opens, PGAs, obviously more recently the 2018 PGA where Brooks Koepka lasted Tiger Woods, which was a really impressive victory by Brooks. We had the championship down there in 2008 as well when Camilo Villegas won the championship, and so the golf fans of St. Louis were really supportive of last time we were there. Truly supportive for the 2018 PGA. It's a great sports town. Incredible golf course, incredible membership to support the tournament and the charity of the event. So all around, just a really nice fit for the Western Golf Association to take the championship back to Belle Reve.
And Vince, the money in this BMW championship is staggering, and not just for the guy who wins the event, but for the charity involved, Evans Scholar Foundation. Tell me about that and what type of money will be distributed.
Yeah, so obviously the purses have gotten really pretty big on the PGA Tour. We like to focus on the charitable aspect of the championship. So whether you volunteer or purchase corporate hospitality or buy a ticket, at the championship, you're helping us raise money for the Evans Scholars Foundation, which is the tournament's sole charity. And essentially at its core, it's a scholarship for deserving young men and women that is a full tuition and housing scholarship to several universities, 27 universities around the country, a full tuition and housing scholarship. So we've got, today over 1,200 kids in school on full tuition and housing scholarships. And since 1930, we've awarded the scholarship to over 12,500 kids. So it's a life-changing scholarship. It really changes the trajectory of a lot of kids' lives who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford, college tuition. So that's what the money's going for. Since the BMW Championship was created back in 2007, we've raised over $60 million to fund these scholarships. And as you may know, college tuition is not going down anytime soon. So this championship will go a long way towards changing the lives of kids throughout St. Louis and Missouri.
Vince Pellegrino, Senior Vice President of Tournaments, Western Golf Association, with us on the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. Let's face it, there are stops on the PGA Tour where you don't get a great field. There's not a great deal of interest. People don't watch on TV. The special thing about this tournament is there's no chance you won't have a great field. I mean, this is the best of the best.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, we can pretty much, we do guarantee the top 50 players in the FedEx Cup standings. So, you're going to get all the best, the Rorys, the Scotties, Tommy Fleetwoods. We had, Keegan Bradley win a couple years ago, Justin Thomas, Victor Hovland, all the folks who have won the championship in the past. So, and the neat thing about it, it's a 50-man field. And you're going to see all 50 players from the moment they show up to the moment they leave. There's no cut, so it's not like, Rory's going to play on Thursday and have a bad round, and then you're not going to see him on Sunday. So that's the kind of the neat thing about, purchasing tickets is you don't have to worry about not being able to see the best players out there because they're guaranteed to be there. So that's an exciting position that we're at in the playoffs. For the FedEx Cup. So it's right before the championship and the Tour Championship in Atlanta, and we're the second event. So it's a great position for us to be in, and it's a nice size field. So the golf course is full, from the morning till the afternoon. It's a good full day of competition and entertainment.
I don't know if you were there in 2018, but I've been doing this for over 3 decades, and it's one of the 10 best sporting events I've ever covered. The 2018 PGA Championship where Brooks Koepka outlasted Tiger Woods. And the thing about it, that was the coming out party for the Tiger comeback. He didn't win, but that